It is 1 o'clock in the morning. Happy Monday, everyone. Figured I'd stay up for a little while. Picking up, not necessarily where we left off. I'll do a quick playthrough or something here in a minute. But I've got to wrap up some of this building first. So I'm using the built-in modeling tools if you're new here. Part of this is a challenge, but part of it's also to keep from having to go from Blender and 3ds Max and SketchUp and every other 3D program that I have to accomplish this. And it's, it's a challenge to see how well I can learn the native Unreal Engine tool set. But also it makes the productivity a little better as well, because I can kind of accomplish everything that I need without ever having to leave the program. And I can jump from one task to another seamlessly. For example, when I was using SketchUp to design my buildings, which was much faster for me than Blender or 3ds Max, I'd have to go through the process of importing it back into the engine to then project my UVs, texture it, add context to the model. But all of that took definitely 10 times longer than just keeping all the models in, or building the models in the engine and then adding context around it, like in real time. I was previously using V-Ray to render my buildings, to preview textures and materials. Now I'm just kind of using built-in, real-time rendering with PBR materials. And, I'm at a point now where I don't want to leave the engine to do this work anymore. I don't feel it necessary like I once did. Because while I do want to approach realism, I'd rather be more productive than insanely accurate. So these aren't necessarily the absolute best tools to use, but for what I'm trying to accomplish, it's basically hit the mark for me. You know what? Let's undo that. And I really can't tell if this is at a 90-degree angle, because it feels like it isn't. These corners, because some of these buildings are not at a 90-degree angle. These corners. So unfortunately, I can't just design the building and have everything work out as I expect it to, I'm going to run into a lot of miscellaneous issues if I don't do it this way. So I'm individually editing each line, and I'm creating this kind of angle. It's hard to tell there, so what I'll do is just put it up against the wall. Put that right in the corner, and then push this into the wall a little bit to make sure. Then I'll use a Boolean operation to just cut it. So copy and paste this wall, select both, Boolean, accept, and now I know for a fact that's cut against the wall. Because what I'll do is I'll combine these meshes. I'll have to do the same thing here. And once I combine the meshes, I'll use the difference of these meshes to create the floor and ceiling. So to some people, this is like extra unnecessary work when I can just use a building information model software, Revit, for example. It's like, you know what? There aren't any procedural tools that can exactly mimic the 100-year-old buildings that I'm trying to recreate. All right, so I've only got a small portion of the city loaded. I'm not trying to get a huge district yet. I'm focusing on a few streets at a time. But also, let me pause my previews so that I can make sure we're getting some good streaming, some timings on this stream. Not sure what word I'm looking for, but I think you know what I mean. Let's see here. So let's do it with this one as well. You can't really mimic the photogrammetry, like the exact environment details, the building details with BIM software without having a particular type of building designed in the various assets, windows, doors, etc. And I don't have any of that. And I don't know that any of that exists for these buildings that I'm trying to recreate. So I'm going to take it upon myself to just manually go and, I'll draw the walls, connect the walls, which is basically what I'm doing here. Checking on my walls to see if I need to cut anything. And I think there are some things that I do need to cut. So we'll take this and we'll cut this wall. So polygroup edit. Let's push it out to here. Let me think about how I want to do this one. Let's just bring it out a little bit like that. I'll take this wall, copy and paste it, and then let me edit the pivot. And we're going to put it probably right here. And then rotate it like so. And that way we can, whoa, what happened there? Where's that wall? Let's delete that. All right, copy, paste. And now all I have to do is, let's see, go into scale. And then I can scale it back this way and then scale it up. And now I can use that as a Boolean to trim the edge of this. That way it's flush. All right, then I'll use this as a Boolean. So copy and paste it. And then Boolean operation, accept. And now you can see that wall is now cut into two pieces. So nothing should be overlapping. This is very important for like this next part where I'm gonna go and create my floors and my ceiling. Let's check on this one right here too. I think what we might want to do here, let's look at the I know what we can do. Polygroup edit. Let's grab this one, pull it out, grab this, copy paste it, let's convert it to a new object, and then we'll just use the transform to reverse transform it, and then scale it up like so, and then just Boolean it. All right, that way we get like somewhat straight edge. I do believe this could be a 90-degree angle. Sometimes it's really hard to tell. Let me think. And I do believe I want to Boolean this out. So let's grab this wall, copy, paste it twice, and then use it as a Boolean to cut, trim these walls. Anything that I say that doesn't make sense, if you are curious about it, please ask. Happy to answer questions. On one of my accessory monitors, I have the tools that you would normally see in the editor over off to the side to give me more space in my viewport. Like the modeling tools panel and the outliner and the details panel are all on my two accessory monitors, which you can see in my stream. The screen right next to my webcam right here is accessory monitor number 1 to my left, which is, it's got YouTube up right now, but also my modeling panel. It's got an additional details panel and another details panel. And then to my right, I have outliner, another details panel, word partition, world settings, a 4th detail panel, live link, and then usually I'll have in this black empty spot the content browser or Fab or Quixel. But for now, I've got my content browser on my TV, which is up above these 3 screens. And I think it's just right now an ease of access thing. Slightly easier for me to see what's going on when I do it this way right now. Let's pull this back just to here. And the goal here is to make sure all these corners are connected, but at an angle, so that when I go to make this a union, it'll automatically remove any interior faces, and I won't have any issues with overlapping edges, which tends to be a problem if I don't do this part. All right, so now from here, I grab all of my walls since I've done all of my cornering the way that I want. Let's make sure we've grabbed everything. It looks like we did. And then I won't union this yet. I'll keep them separate. Do a copy paste and then move it upward. And then I'll union these into one new object. My pivot point and everything, that doesn't really matter since we're not working directly in Unreal units and we're kind of working in the environment to place items. Our world space, like this pivot point, is going to readjust to the Unreal Engine's axes. So as you can see, this red, green, blue, they are not anymore aligned with these walls because the geospatial location of this building is not in alignment with the world grid. So every time we make a union or combine things or create a new object, I have to manually reposition the pivot. Oh no, I got an issue. I'm gonna have to undo this real quick so that I can bring my floor down to the appropriate level. I don't think I really need to do that one, but just to make it easier, I will. Let's accept. Let's take all of these and let's transform it from, oh, damn it. I've got bookmarks. If I accidentally hit number 1, it'll take me to my first bookmark. So let's transform and move these down to have the same footprint, except, and now I can grab all of this and do a union. So the first thing I want to do is usually make sure my floor is at the same level, same like foundational level, and then I'll do a union. So because I just do the union twice, that means I have 2 duplicates of this unioned set of walls inside of my content browser. And what I like to do every week or so is I'll go through and do a project cleanup, and I'll clean and delete any unused assets out of my content browser. Okay, my Xbox controller disconnected. You gotta freeze on me and shit. And then once I union my walls, I'll go in here and merge all of these. I like to call them footprints. I see if anything doesn't merge, and now we have an issue right here. So I'll have to delete this line, which is probably going to delete this whole face. Delete this, and then I can do a bridge here and here, and then merge this again. Didn't work. I think something is disconnected, and there we have it. Great. So that's the importance of making sure that these edges are appropriately aligned. That's where we're running into these strange fucking issues. So let me escape, delete. We're gonna just try this one more time and fix this one issue right here. So we grab this line, move it, and connect them. Grab this line, do the same thing just to make sure. Let's accept. Then I wanted to go fix one of these walls. Oh, okay, I fixed it already. I did. All right, let's try this again. And maybe I could just do one at a time just to show you. Copy, paste. Move it up. Union. And let's see if that fixed our issue. 30% chance it doesn't. And it's fixed. Or was it this one? Yep, it was this one. All right, well, here's what we do is we delete this whole wall. We take this to here. All right, let's see. And we bridge it. Can we not bridge it? Did we grab the wrong thing or what? Let's try it again, see what happens. Yeah, so sometimes we run into really strange issues. Can't bridge current selection. Couldn't be partitioned into a single hole or two non-loop open boundary sequences. So what I'll do then is I'll bridge this first. There's always a way to solve your little problems, and usually they are pretty little problems. You just got to be smart about how you solve them. So let's try to bridge this and then see if we can bridge this back. And there, we fixed our issue. So we should now be able to bridge this and merge these. What? Okay, I think there's something on the inside then now. Maybe. What it's just telling me is there's a little gap in here that shouldn't be. So if I join these, if I delete this, before I do, let me. It doesn't matter that much. I can just bridge these two if it lets me, or it's gonna just freeze. Oh, nope, can't bridge it. All right, let's just delete it then. All right, so as you can see, there was an issue that I'm always trying to avoid, but it's always a solution. And there we go, we fixed our issue. This might seem very unnecessary. Let's see, fill hole, what happens? All right, there we go. Now on to merging. I'll tell you what, man, it's only when I start the stream that this thing wants to act crazy. Ain't no fucking way. Okay, I see. Promise this is usually not a problem, but I bet you in less than 1 minute, it's gonna be fixed. So the reason I do this is because I want to have, oh, come on, not another one. Fuck. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, because what I should be able to do though is delete all of this. Ain't no way it deletes everything down there. Okay. All kinds of issues, I'm telling you what. Let's see if we can fill this hole and fill this hole and just bypass all that other stuff. Invert selection, delete faces, and we're gonna flip these two and just skip that whole section. We'll leave that unoptimized. We don't care that much, because these are going to be background buildings for what I'm trying to work on. What the hell is that? Brother. Where the hell did that line come from? Okay. Oh my gosh. This is a fucking mess. Oh my lord. All right, I got an idea. Instead of filling the hole, we'll just bridge it. 6 different tools that you can use to accomplish the same goal. Quite interesting. We'll do a bridge here. And we'll fill this hole. And that should fix these stupid problems that I got. All right, invert selection, delete faces, and no weird triangles hanging off of this. That's technically, that's all I needed. Flip. And great. Just gonna accept that. Let's go back to polygroup edit, recalculate normals, and accept. Now do the same thing with this building. Let's see if we have fewer problems. And these problems happen because, as I said, when you're remodeling, when you're like using a real world as a reference, the real world has so many imperfections that you're also going to run into imperfections because this isn't like a fictional environment. Copy, paste, pull it up. And I have to do it from the bottom because the rooftop isn't all the at the same level on on every wall. All right, let's save this. Polygroup edit. And here I might just be able to delete these walls. And then use the fill hole operation. And if not the fill hole operation, I can use the bridge operation and then fill hole. Nope. This is usually why I merge everything. So looks like we're gonna have to try that. Or, see, damn it. Again, constantly running into little issues. But that being said, there's always a solution. That one. See if we can do the same here. Grab these, invert, delete faces, flip these. Might have to recalculate the normals. And then I'll move them down to here. Accept. Perfect. Now all I have to do is do a push-pull. We'll do the same thing here. And then we'll drop these to the street level. To create a floor. And then I'll just copy paste and then pull this up, turn on my photogrammetry, and just get a rough estimate for how tall the rooftop should be. Looks like this one's a little higher on this side, so go into polygroup edit mode. And just pull it up a little bit. Does not have to be perfect at all. This one slants a little bit, that's good. And then we'll grab this one and do the same thing, polygroup edit. We'll grab the top and bottom of this one, turn on the photogrammetry, duplicate it and pull it up. Let's say it's about right there. And we'll do the same thing for this one. You know, I just kind of messed something up, I realized, but I don't think it really matters because nobody's ever going to see it. And we'll get this one pulled up. And then I'll use the vertices option to select these vertices and pull them up to give us a slanted roof. And just accept that. Let's see what we're seeing here. Random shadows are because photogrammetry was on and off. But I can see we do have an issue with interesting. Let's decompose this real quick and use this vertices option to pull this vertice up. And that'll at least give us more even roof. And there we have it. So all of that just to make 3 rooftops and floors, which usually take a lot less time, but hey, welcome to the world of streaming. Look at custom roads. Loving how they look so far. I'm gonna go ahead and save this and do a quick just play test. Turn my controller on. Oh, actually need to hide something. This needs to be hidden in the game. I forgot I had all those trees up there. My GPU is actually going to run out of memory because I have 1,000 trees in an asset palette, an actor palette, chilling. Yeah, this performance isn't going to be good until I delete those trees I'm not using. Missing some ground. So I think one of the things I might try to focus on with most of the stream is parking lots, grass, those trees are really gonna fuck up this performance until I take them out. See, look at all those trees up there. I got them all placed up there so that I can like easily go and grab the ones I need for the project, and then I was gonna just delete them later. Damn, how'd this get all the way over here? What is this? Number 8, 9. Shift 1. Shift 2. Shift 3, Shift 4, Shift 5, Shift 6, Shift 7. Takes me back to number 7. Yeah, playthrough performances are gonna be good until I sort this whole tree situation out. But speaking of, let's take a look at the trees. Might not be a bad idea to just remove them from the level until I'm ready to use them, replace them, which I think is what I'm gonna do. Only issue is I need to take some trees out of the folder, like this one. And we need to drop these in the roots so that they don't also get deleted. Oh no, I think I have to do the same thing for the trees in the park. Sheesh. I don't mind those bushes getting deleted. Let's move to root. Let's turn off our static mesh folder. And then let's move all these trees to the root as well. And performance should pick up quite a bit once we perform this operation. Put these in roots and turn them off. I don't believe we've placed any more trees from that asset palette folder. So I will take all these folders, actually all trees, right click, select all descendants, and let's see what else is selected, if anything. We had one thing we forgot to move. Let's control click this. Nothing else. And let's delete. Great. Now let's take everything else we got. Make sure nothing's spatially loaded. And then we can put these trees inside of our trees folder. Foliage, trees. Always important to keep your folders organized. So if I turn off static meshes, all my foliage should turn off. If I turn off buildings, all the buildings should go off. And then let's turn off the photogrammetry. And then whatever these booleans are need to be in their own folder. Okay, buildings. What folder is this in? 664 Marshall. Okay. $664 Marshall Avenue, as well as these. And then we have a rectangle and a scale man, and we'll keep those in the scene, but we'll make them hidden in game. Actors hidden in game. I don't think anything's spatially loaded. Oh yeah, looks like something is. Oh, okay. I did spatially load it all. Okay, that's all right. So if we do a play test, everything should run way more. It's going to be a little spatial loading, but trying to stress it a little bit. My road is looking really nice. Need to get some texture and materials on there. You can't really tell, but this road is curved. So let's go 6. Oh, no, 7. So this jumping happens because something is spatially loading in the background in the I'm in developer mode. Oh, one thing I love about this though is that when I switch to a different character or asset, so let's go shift 5, shift 6, shift 5, 4, 3. This should continue going. Shift 4. Here we go. Okay then. Shift 5. There's this guy. I think his animation is different. Shift 6. Yeah, all their animations are different. Shift 4. Yeah, they're all different. Yeah, I've got to turn. I think if I turn spatial loading off, this popping that's happening. What in the world am I running into? This popping that's happening won't. God, this is the slowest one. Okay. I think that's probably the coolest part about this is that no matter what I do in the level, things just kind of continue and pick up where they left off when I switch. The only thing I'm trying to figure out now is how to pixel stream to an iPad. I mean, I have it working where a virtual camera can be in the scene, somebody can control that camera with the iPad, but I can't get that to work during gameplay. What up, boss? Shift 4? It's a shame I can't get this guy out of the building. Oh, collision. That's why I put the black guy in jail. That's hilarious. Okay. All right, let me turn off spatial loading on everything. Oh, I hate that I did that. And then we'll do another test. Spatial loading is an algorithm that brings meshes and objects into the environment when you're in close proximity to them so that they aren't always loaded in the level. It helps with performance on a production build, but this is like a development build right now. I haven't packaged the level for, like, you know, you package it into an executable that you can install on Windows, like a game you install, and nothing else is loaded into the game. Like, I have thousands of assets in my content browser that I haven't used in the game, and they're all technically taking up some of the GPU power, some of the VRAM. But when I package this game, it only packages assets that are in the level. And that has a major performance enhancement when I do it that way. So let's see. I think I changed all the spatial loading. Let's check my static meshes. All right. Doesn't look like anything else is spatially loaded. So let's do a quick play test. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I can kind of see an immediate difference. Oh, that box is right there. So when I have something in a level that's hidden from the player, it still loads the collision. So if I hit escape, and let's turn everything on. Where was that building at? Right here. Let's turn on buildings and this box and just hide it for now. And then static meshes. So I am gonna need, let's turn off cesium for a sec. I'm gonna need these for one of these parking lots. All right, let's go take a look. Oh, that's Google Earth. All right, first thing I can do is adjust my sidewalk. All right, the daunting task of sidewalk changes. Hide this road. Let's hide my buildings. Let's grab this. Oh shit. Let's turn static meshes off too. All right, usually when I modify the sidewalk spline, I do run into some issues, but we're just gonna get to it. Okay, let's see, it goes about right here. So I'm not using any plugins except for Spline2 Pro for these assets, and then my own custom mesh. Let's see, what mesh are we using? We're using Spline single curve. We're using a simplified one. It's just that it's such a long spline that it takes a little longer to process any updates. I'll fix this in a minute. Okay. It's the part that I kind of don't like is the time it takes to make these little changes to high poly assets, although I've reduced the poly count significantly. All right, what I'm doing here is I'm adjusting my sidewalk spline so that I can add a little driveway in here. And as I adjust the spline, I lift it up off of the ground, and then I hit the end key to push it back down to its closest normal. That's underneath it. Performance when making these kind of changes is not very quick, only because the spline is very long and the tool calculates every single distance and mesh on the spline every time you manipulate it. All right, so it's calculating the distance of the spline in real time. What's going on, Emmanuel? How's it going, buddy? Really happy to see you guys still meeting up, and I saw your videos you uploaded where you guys are playing with LiveLink. I'm gonna need some help with that because I'm doing LiveLink right now for my iPad with VCams for architectural visualization. I got an NDA project that I'm working on, but they want me to do architectural visualization, and I'm using iPads to preview the scene, and I'm trying to get 5 iPads all active at the same time in the scene. I was telling College Professor about you at the last meetup. He knew who you were, but he was asking about your work. Oh man, thank you. Thank you for spreading the word. I can't wait to meet up with you guys. I'm gonna need us all to collaborate on this project too at some point. I saw y'all working with MetaHumans, and I want to use this project to get someone like, Ja Morant a digital twin of someone like him created, and then help, the Memphis Grizzlies create some cool commercials using metahumans. But I think something like that would have to go through NBA. In the meantime, I am trying to find some production studios in town that are interested in working with this project. Virtual meetup at the end of the month sounds good to me. I do have a meeting around that time, so if you can let me know when you expect that meeting to happen. I have a meeting on I'm probably going to be preparing for that meeting a week leading up to it on the 24th. So praying that I can be there. All right, I think that's pretty good, although I think there is a bit of a hill that's supposed to be here, which means I need to modify this and probably do something like that. So we'll just keep it there temporarily. August. Okay. Let me see what I can do, man. Very exciting. And really cool to see that you took the lead on getting that community started here. Let's undo that. I'm wanting to build a fully fledged production studio using this Memphis project, and the goal, I don't know if let's see, do I have it installed? I think I do. I guess I don't. I'll install it. Yeah, I can do that. The goal would be for me to take this downtown Memphis project and then build a team here in the city where we can port this project into UEFN, as well as some other games. But starting with the launch of the Unreal Engine project, I'm definitely going to need some team members to start collaborating with. Problem is, I just moved to Arkansas, and I have probably another month before I get a new car. Had to give up the wheels, unfortunately, to fight for custody for my kid. Eliminated an expense, if you will. But we're changing that. Okay, now we're talking. So if I turn my roads back on, all right, making a little progress. All right, show you how this other spline tool works. So what I do is I grab Spline Tool Pro. I'll go into the spline folder, and then I'll grab Spline Tool Pro Blueprint. Drop that motherfucker right there, you know what I'm saying? And then I should be able to just rotate it. The easiest way would be to start dragging this spline out manually first, just without any mesh on it. And then I'll start trying to optimize the placement of each point. Let's go here, do a solid curve. Press the end on my keyboard to drop it down to nearest normal. I want to do a class at some point, but I've got to wrap up some of these projects first. we're gonna stop our sidewalk right here. And then we're gonna optimize these curves. Yeah, buddy. And since this is a rather tiny curve, editing the mesh on the curve should not be that hard. I think I'll delete this one. Take this, rotate it. Yeah, man, I would love to. It's gonna take me some time to get to that point. But I am keeping like a record of my methodology, I guess you can say, of this work that I'm doing. Because I want it to be based around digital twins and level design using native modeling tools. People ask me in the stream, why am I being a psychopath and not doing this, like part of this in Blender? And when you're working with real geospatial data, it is not easy to go between programs to accomplish a photoreal recreation of a real physical space that has like human error, you know, human error. We're not going to close this loop, but we are going to extend this starting point. Bet. I'm using Restream right now, so it should be fairly easy for me to click on any links you throw in there. Okay, now I go and find my simplified sidewalk mesh in my content browser. And then I go to my spline, paste, enable, and then turn off the spline index numbers. And that gives me the correct orientation. The only thing that I can't do is adjust the, I think it's called the yaw, where this spline like tilts left or, you know, the sidewalk tilts left or right, but I guess that's not really necessary, since typically in the real world what you want is the sidewalk to be horizontal for the most part, minus any flow of rainwater. Okay, so that pretty much accomplishes what I need, but I do think that we have to move everything over just a hair. When I got featured on Fox 13, that anchorman was absolutely right when he said that I took the painstaking task of remodeling Memphis, because the procedural tools that I could learn how to use are going to be very hard to create in something like Houdini to make this like feasible to use procedural tools in an environment that's not built in Unreal units. So doing it all by hand, it's a lot of work, but damn it, is it worth it in the end. So that simple change to this area right here makes a significant difference in what I just created. And when I turn those buildings back on, I now can have some context of what we're trying to build here. Oh yeah. I'm so proud of myself because I've spent thousands of dollars on road plugins. Maybe like 1,000. I don't know about thousands, but I spent a lot of money on road plugins. And as beautiful as some of the roads are, as great as some of the tools are, I could not recreate all these custom roadways, walkway, like paths. There's so many constraints with video game tools. And I get so tempted to just like, oh, that looks beautiful. That looks like it's going to solve my problem. And I go and spend money and download it. And then, nope. Now, if I was making like a Mario Kart or a Forza style game or a Need for Speed type of game where everything is a little more linear, then buying tools might have actually been a good idea. Yeah, dude, it's it's tough. I've had to go through probably 10 different variations of this project to get to this point to where I'm like, okay, this is the way. But you know, my drafting teacher always told me best. There are 6 different ways to do everything. Oh, I gotta go back into game mode. Cesium. Manuel, what are you up to today? What's your typical work week look like? Okay, that's much better. Now, although it's not 1,000% necessary to like just make this so perfect, this one environment that I'm focusing on, if I can get it looking exactly how I want it and have like some of the minor details keep you immersed in the scene, then I can go and present this to the city and say, hey, look what I created. This is just one small part of the city. Our goal is to, oh my gosh, that's a big dip. Our goal is to, and I think I have a solution for that, design all of Memphis. Do you guys want to invest? And if they see the quality of like, you know, what I've done with the medical district, and they kind of understand the value of digital twin technology, then it can be a lot easier for me to go and say, hey, we're looking to raise some money. We want to build a whole city this way for marketing, advertising, and creating experiences. I think they can get on board, but I have to have something built first. It's like they have to see me working on something. And then here, I'll put a nice grass patch, and then we'll use some Boolean operations to cut this to cut our excess. Well, I can't really do that yet until I'm certain that that spline is finished, because I need to convert it to a static mesh. Oh, the things. Let me turn this one off then. Let's see where this road goes. And that's where my changes needed to be. Right now, I'm taking care of personal business. My mom passed away 2 months ago. My condolences to you, Emmanuel. I'm trying to do some tutorials and do some. Okay, cool. Well, 2 things. Lord, give my man the strength, the resources that he needs to make sure that he and his family are well taken care of in this time of pain and stress and loss. My mom, my mom got hit by a car in Memphis, pinned between the car and a light pole, had a traumatic amputation, basically cut her leg clean off. Went to the hospital. I got a call from my family. This was a little over a year ago. I don't know if you saw a news article of somebody getting hit by a bus stop downtown, or just getting hit by a car. That was my mom. And I missed the whole court date to sit in the hospital with her, hoping that she could recover, but she didn't. Like, they couldn't. The trauma was so bad that it was going to leave her dealing with so much what do you call it, therapy, physical therapy, which she did not want to go through. She didn't want to do it, and it was kind of her choice. They said, you know, your leg has to basically be cut all the way up to, I don't know, some bone like near her butt, and it was not looking good. She didn't want to do it. Needless to say, she said like it was too painful. She didn't want to go through the therapy. She didn't want to not be able to walk for the rest of her life. She's basically given up. And it was really sad because she was less than a couple weeks away from like finally being stable and having a place that she could live in consistency, because she had been dealing with things like homelessness. So I sat in the hospital with her, and you know, this was a few weeks I've been in the hospital with her, and she passed, and I got to stay with her. But Tuesday I go to court because I had to do like some time because I failed to appear at my original court date, which was supposed to be when she was in jail. When she was in the hospital. So in 2 days I get to go finish that out and let them know, like, hey, the reason I wasn't here is because my mom passed, and I decided not to come to my court date so I could be with my mom. I miss her. I was thinking about her just a couple days ago. It's really wild. It's really wild. And then, you know, even with all that being said, I ended up with like a $10,000 out of what was supposed to be like a $100,000 settlement, which is, it's like, you know, it's my mom's death. There's no amount of money that can make up for that, and I don't need to care or stress about it. But yeah, not that it's in any way comparable to your situation, but you're not alone by any means. It's not an easy thing to deal with. I didn't have the best relationship with my mother, but towards the end of her life, that changed significantly, and she got to know my kids, which I think was the best part about it all. Because that relationship that she had as a grandmother kind of filled a void that she had been longing to fill due to our lack of a relationship with each other. Now, this can be the more challenging part. I think sometimes I just need extra spawn points. Because what I want to happen here is for my sidewalk to sit a certain height over the street. All right, that almost covers it. I think that's pretty good. When I replace this proxy mesh, the final mesh will have a lot more detail. don't really need to stress about having it extra perfect. Just need to make sure that it does go up to the road the way that I would like it to. It is hard losing a loved one, but you know what? I had a harder time losing a dog, I think, than I did like my mom or my grandmother, which were the two people that I think meant the most to me. Dude, I sobbed over my dog, and I think it was comparable to losing a child, which was kind of the difference. You suspect that at some point something's going to happen to a parent. But damn, man, my dog, that was, woof. I was the biggest baby when that happened. All right, I like how that turned out. The last thing that I would want to do though with this is add a curb here. And I don't know that it's going to be the same. Yeah, animals are fur babies. That's a good point. Everybody on Twitch, I'm also reading comments on Facebook and YouTube. I'm going to call him a buddy of mine. We haven't met yet, but Emmanuel started or founded the group that focuses on Unreal Engine development in Memphis, and which I found through Reddit. I don't know if I found him or he found me, but he's chatting up on YouTube right now. And I would like for anybody watching now and later to send my man some positive thoughts. Let's see how I want to approach this. So let's turn off. Maybe we don't need to turn it off. Spline 2 Pro. Let's go grab a spline. Drop it in the scene. And we're going to attempt to place a little bit of a curb here. Now, people think level design is supposed to be all glorious and beautiful, and sometimes maybe it is. Sometimes maybe it is. But this part, I think you have to be a certain type of person to really enjoy it and really get like value out of it. Because I wouldn't wish this tedious work on anybody. I do enjoy this type of work. I think I'd rather be doing this than creating a game based off of like a fictional world, which would be 10 times easier to create. All right, let's go find myself a curb. And I think inside of my content browser, this is going to be called, I think it is called curb. Let's filter by static mesh. I'll pull this over onto the screen. Did you send me that Discord link or your Discord? I'm sure I just installed it. I don't really use it a lot, but I did download it a long time ago and I started using it. Come on. Windows, leave me alone. Windows. I think that's right. Could be wrong. Wait, are you human? Nope. Check my email. Sure. New login detected. Hey, down on Coriones underscore 32938. I love the extra layers of security for all this stuff, but sometimes it be hitting you when you don't need it to. No thanks. I should be on Reddit. Okay, bet. Epic staff there, other chapter leaders also. Oh, word, bet. You said you did send it already? Or you are going to see additional requests? I'll check it out in a minute. See if we can find this curb though. Curb. We're gonna try this curb and see what it looks like. So let's enable mesh, place it there, and it is totally different from what we got, but we're gonna deal with it. Yeah, you can send it there. That's if up to you. If you want it to be public on my stream, that's fine with me. But I know that the people who watch me are usually Unreal Engine related viewers. Not sure how interested they would be in. Can I reverse this? Unreal Engine Memphis. Wow, I need to adjust something on here to get this in a different place related to the spline, but we gonna roll with this and just see what we can come with up with on the fly. All right, let's make some changes to our spline on the green axes. Nope, we can't do it there. Let's try it here. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. And then also on the red. No, that's not how you do it. 1. Whoops, I put 41. Shit. All right, so the correct way to do this would be to drag it into the scene. Adjust the orientation. Move it into place. Focus on it. And then we're just going to brute force make changes to it. So let's, oh, no wonder it's off the mesh, because it's, okay, no wonder it's off the spline, I mean. So if I change, let's go into modeling mode, edit pivot, center, accept. That'll move that spline over, and now I can adjust the width of the spline back to 1 and then only modify my mesh. So let's do a there's a couple ways we can do this. I would just go transform, middle mouse button and move it back, and then just stretch it. We just want to get kind of the same profile. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then we want it to feel as long as the sidewalk is. And then we'll deal with the texture and everything later. So let's see what this is looking like. and let's call that a day. Complete, and then let's bake transform, accept. Oh no! Undo. Let's rotate it back to 0 and bake transform, accept. Your boy's a genius. Not really, but after learning this program, I definitely figured something out. All right, and this at least gets me much closer to final product. Although, if I press end, what I will need to do is bring that mesh back in here and then do another transform again if I want it. Oops, wrong one. Sheesh. What curve are we using? This is this curve. Let's bring it into the scene and then transform. If I pull it up, does that make a difference? Bake transform? No. Edit pivot. And drop it to the bottom of the, so let's go bottom. Accept. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Y'all, it be looking so simple. And sometimes it is. I mean, usually it is. You just gotta learn a couple things, but I've been spending so much time in Unreal Engine avoiding every other modeling tool that now I'm confident I can pretty much make anything. Next would be learning procedural modeling and using Houdini. Because boy, if I can learn Houdini, then game is over. That's really what I need right there, is to find a Houdini user. All right, looks like we need to add more spline points. Because I believe that most of this under here, my sidewall can probably go a little further, but I do believe that most of this is grass. Chances are I'm just gonna stay up all day. And it's 2 o'clock right now. I've been streaming for 1 hour, 30 minutes. We might stream until I get ready to go like take a shower or something and leave around 10 o'clock. We'll see. See if I can hang. Now, one very important thing about working with these types of meshes on a spline is, let's go to lit and wireframe. It looks like we don't have a nice little, we don't have a subdivision here. And this really screws with the level of detail inside of the spline. Like if I wanted to curve this a lot, it won't curve a lot because I'm missing some lines inside of my mesh. It's all one poly group, which is fine. But I'm gonna try something real quick. I'm gonna bring this mesh out here. Oh wait, there are triangles in it. It's just not showing on. Okay. I was gonna re-triangulate it, but it looks like it already has been triangulated. That's pretty high detail. If you look at the ground, I don't know if you can see this purple, but my street has a lot of detail, lots of triangles. And then I have some optimized streets that have a lot fewer triangles to make it editing the spline faster. As you can see, if you can, those triangles. So I have one version of this mesh that I created, this bent mesh that looks like this. And then I have a final version that looks more like this. So that's the same thing I do with any asset that's on a spline. Usually I'll create a low poly version for manipulating my splines, and then I'll create a high poly version that has more detail when I'm ready. Can I delete that? Oh, there we go. When I'm ready to replace my proxy meshes. Let's see how we're gonna accomplish this. Probably gonna have to drive a car through there and see how well everything is gonna fit. But this is gonna look like a nice little single lane setup. Let's bring our sidewalk back to there. Turn this road off. Let's go back to lit. Okay. Here we go. Now, how we're going to finish this out, I am not totally sure. But this gives me a glimpse into a final product. And if I can figure this little one part out, like this is my first time kind of building a curb system that is going to be completed with like grass on the inside of it. Well, not the first time. This is the first time kind of doing this that's not directly aligned with the street, I guess you could say. Like to where this goes into a property and has, you know, it's more like the edge of a driveway. So that being said, if I can figure out how to do this, then I know essentially how to do every other part of this level the same way. And I've been avoiding doing this for other parts of the environment, because I knew that it was going to require a lot of custom work if I wanted it to match the real world. All right, so that's essentially how that should go, but I just don't know that my road is going to comply here yet, because again, I'm going to have to cut this road out and make some significant changes to my road before I can get it to turn into a driveway. Although the solution could be very simple. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. So let's pull this up like so. And then when the time comes for us to cut the road, we'll do so here. And then we'll create one more mesh that goes here to join this driveway. Then I need to take a spline measuring tool to figure out the height of this so that I can put a max height, you know, for like delivery trucks and stuff, which I think would be a cool feature. But if I go to, I don't think that's on here. If I go into Street View mode, it's not going to show. It might. No, nothing on this side. I can't even go over there. It is all grass. There we go. Yeah, low clearance, 10 feet 6 inches. Man, I can guarantee you that if I took a spline measuring tool, it's not going to show me 10 feet 6 inches right there. I can try though. Let's see. Measurement actor. Is that what this is? Oh, oops, I didn't mean to duplicate it. How does this work? Spline tool, pro spline. Okay, so let's go back. Spline tool pro. What? Oh, let's go up instead of back. Oh, hell. Okay, measure, right click. Let's go to show in folder view and then grab Spline 2 Pro. And let's just put it right here and then push this one down to the ground. What the hell? Let's press end. That'll at least get me where I want to be. Bring it away from the wall and pull it up to there. And then Spline Tool Pro 33. Let's use this and then put Spline Tool Pro 33. Hold up. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but we are gonna figure it out. 17. So that's way higher than it's supposed to be. 17. Which is cool to see because I can, let's bring this down to, let's say, ground level and then pull this down. There's no way it's supposed to be 10 feet 6 inches. $17 Unreal units, so one unit is 100 meters? Centimeters? .69. What? right? That can't be right. And I guess, well, I guess it's because I'm measuring in like a weird way. Yeah, there's no way that's right. I had a different measurement actor tool that actually, you know what? Take our measurement actor and let's see if we can change this. Measurement settings from spline tool. And now it says 0 unreal units, which tells me that the whole thing was incorrect the entire time. So let's grab another line. And we're gonna figure this out. There we go. That's more like it. So if I don't drag this out, it's not going to give me an accurate reading. I'm like, that can't be right. I knew I was tripping. Okay, so let's try this. No way. Do I have to change it to like vertical or something? Change it to inches. I think it's because of the orientation or something. Hell, I don't know. We'll figure that out later. I'm obviously using the tool wrong. But let's pretend like it's not a big deal. So the thing is with this, what I can do though, even though this doesn't quite give me the tools that I need to like do this now, I will go ahead and convert this to a static mesh. So let's grab our simplified curve mesh and replace that with single curve simplified with single curve cut. Let's replace that with single curve cut. And that gives me immediately more detail. Although I do want to make a modification to it. So let's pull it into the scene. And let's maybe triangle edit. No. Let's try polygroup edit. I don't like this way either. But maybe this will work. Nope, because it's a single polygroup. Okay, cancel that and we'll do a lattice edit. And then we'll set this to resolution of 2 on the Z-axis. See if we can sneakily grab everything at the bottom. We missed a couple. Still missed a couple again. All right, and then the goal here is to bring it down into the ground and accept. And what that will do is extend my curve downward so that we no longer have a gap and it meets with the road. Great. Or yeah, my sidewalk, I mean. Now I should be able to take this spline. I'm gonna copy and then paste it just so I can have a duplicate. and I can always refer back to it if I need. But we're going to do that. Go into modeling tools and then convert to a static mesh and then accept. Hypothetically, that should delete the spline element, and it will separate all these out into individual curves. Oh, so beautiful. But look at how many draw calls that's going to be. What is that? 26 individual curve pieces. So what I'll do then is I will go to Xform and merge and accept. Give it a second. And it'll delete those 26 meshes and it'll replace it with one. All using one material. Remember, Control-Shift-S to save all your new meshes. All right, great. That looks good. All right, that's what I wanted. Let's maybe hide this road for now. And let's see if we can finesse creating some grass right here. I don't know how this is going to work. But I think I'm going to have to start with, under the Create panel, we're going to draw a spline. We're going to do a tangent drag. And we're going to use the sidewalk as a reference and just draw single lines. And we don't need a super high resolution, I don't think. Get a little detail here. I could just use the option to like drag, but I don't want to accidentally select the outer skybox, because this point and click method will attach your spline to the nearest normal of the mouse. So if I accidentally click the skybox, it'll attach the normal, or it'll attach the spline point probably to the grid if I'm over the world grid, or all the way down to my ultra dynamic skybox. What's weird is I found better performance using ultra dynamic sky than the default lighting system that comes equipped with the engine when you open up a new project. Excuse me, and I don't know why that is. I wonder if it has something to do with Lumen. All right, now from here, I will loop, accept. We'll do a mesh spline, and it's not going to be perfect, but damn, if it's like, that's so close to what I need. But what I want to do actually is, what I think I want to do is flatten it to best fit plane, and then accept, and then we'll go into deform, and then we'll use lattice tool, and then we'll just increase the resolution. Let's go, let's try 12 and 12 and 2. And then if we need higher resolution, I think I might need a little bit higher. I don't know. Let's go 24 and 24. Okay. It is painstaking, but I'm trying to avoid using landscapes here. I really don't want to use the landscape actor. Let's turn my buildings off. don't know. It seems like it'd be too long of a method. Let's first start with the lower resolution. So we'll go 10 and 10, and then just like one by one, make some adjustments. So this is a really roundabout way to avoiding the landscape tool and just using static meshes and having a little more control over like custom mesh design directly in the engine. Is this the best way to do this? Probably not. But it gets the job done. Ski. And it helps me create a small portion of, this, we'll call it landscape, a small portion of landscape, even though it's not a landscape, that remains flat. What I mean is, if someone were to come to this site to cut the grass, for example, it wouldn't be super bumpy, right? And that's ultimately what I'm going for when I use this tool. Instead of using the landscape tool, I want to just kind of fake it. So again, this is inside of modeling tools. It's called Lattice under the deform panel. There are a lot of people trying to find similar solutions to create like a custom mesh. And this is what has worked for me. I'll show you another example here in a minute. Where I use the same method on a curb that's the curb that sits in the middle, the median, I guess. There's like a concrete median, and it had an odd shape, and it didn't quite make sense to bring in a whole landscape to create that mesh, or to open up some other 3D software to create the mesh. And then when we put grass on this, since it's so close to the edge of the sidewalk, you won't really see that little gap that's beside the sidewalk there. Right? Because in real life, the grass actually either comes up past the sidewalk. Let's try this one. Yeah. Or it's kind of underneath it. You step off the sidewalk into the grass. Either step down into the grass or up onto the grass. It's never completely seamless. So, you know, very open to hearing how you guys would accomplish something similar. The many tools that I've tried, like I've tried Roadrunner, MATLAB Roadrunner to create my road, curbs, sidewalks. Have a couple of architectural programs that are kind of designed for a similar type of workflow. But I mean, not similar workflow, but similar products, I guess you can call it, like curbs. You want curbs and roads. You can go into this program, you know, different home builder programs and do like landscaping and stuff like that. But for those, you'd also have to import DEM information, you know, demographic information, and you'd have to import it right, because if you don't import it correctly at the right resolution or scale, then when you try to go to bring that over into Unreal Engine, it won't be at the correct size. So that's the like pitfall of creating a real environment, like mimicking a real environment. I think for the most part, like this is pretty good. Let's try to get this closer to the edge everywhere else. And then temporarily, we'll just add a ground texture to this and not any real foliage. Yeah, we'll say that's pretty good. Man, dude, I love this tool. I love this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Bruh. Oh my gosh. What? I can't. Any other program would not give me this flexibility. Oh my gosh. Y'all, this is crazy because I spent months trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this whole scene. Months. Like, this is a real, this is a real environment. Let me refresh my tile set so you can like really see what's going on here. So let's go Cesium, world terrain, refresh, photorealistic tiles, refresh. And then I'm gonna remove this. Well, we'll keep it there. But if I invert it, this is the rest of the city. And let's re-invert it. I kind of have like I have flat imagery here to use as a reference, and then just I have limited amount of photogrammetry loading on the outer skirts of that medical district. And if I turn everything back on, let's turn on some buildings. We got some roads. Let's see. I don't remember what was in these new folders. That needs to be in buildings, I think. Let's see. Parking lot roads, static meshes. Yeah. And let's turn off spatial. Loading. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Oh my gosh. All right, let's just use a... I'm tripping over just this one piece of grass, because I've been trying to figure this out for forever. And hey, that's the beauty of streaming. You can always hold yourself accountable to trying to figure this out. Yo, I'll just design this and I'm so happy with it. It seems so simple. Like, okay, dude, it's a curb. It's like, all right, you do it then. Motherfucker, you do it then. Grand Theft Auto ain't got shit on me. Actually, yeah, they do, but don't tell nobody I said that. Hell yeah. See you later, bro. Thanks for tuning in. Oh my gosh, I could look at this for an hour, but I think we're gonna move on to the next part of the map. But damn it if, oh my lordy. Oh my lord, the lattice tool is the way to go. Because typically what I would do is I'll draw a spline, close the loop, and then auto-generate a mesh on the spline and try to get it to curve to the geometry of the landscape. And it wouldn't work that well. Other places where I've done that is here. And then I tried to use like some modeling tool to sculpt it. And it kind of turned out all right. But the trick is to do it flat first and then use the lattice tool to manually pull those nodes into position. And I have the whole park to do. Oh, dude. I don't even know what's there. Let me go back to Google. All right, so that curb is very big and it cuts off right here. Cuts off in a different spot. But you see when you add the grass to it, some grass, a light pole, some trees. We can deal with all that a little later. What did they blur out in the tree? Some bird taking a shit? And I was pretty correct in thinking that this sidewalk was going to be cut off. We're not going to add all this crazy detail, but this is 2019. Let's see more dates. Can we do 2025? We don't have 2025. Here we go. Now I want to make this building. Apparently this was an important one. All D. All right, let's take a break from that building. Let's save that. Let's turn on the correct photogrammetry. If we can figure out which one it is. Z Earth, and let's just do one at a time. Oh, that's close. Let's turn the buildings off. Number 1, 2, 3. There it is. Okay. All right. Let's do this. First things first, my handy dandy box. I'm going to use this wall as a reference for my box size and the normal placement. Enter, polygroup edit, grab one face, use control to lock it to the normals. And then use the same building footprint. Okay, now we can grab that. Excuse me. Move it here. Stretch it out. Rotate it. Move it into place. It's almost the correct orientation. There's going to be a lot of guesstimation happening here. It's probably close enough. And let's go for that. Let's go with that. Now let's take a look here and see what we're working with. It looks like at first there is one big wall. Oh, we're missing some photogrammetry. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. Maybe I don't have it all. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, tiny. So I guess I didn't download all of the photogrammetry for this building. Therefore, I need to go to Cesium, take my cartographic polygon, and invert it. Okay. That gives me a little more information. Necessary, might I add. And I think I think I messed something up. Let me cancel, and yes, I am gonna cancel that and redo it all. Because I think I accidentally rotated one face, which would throw the whole alignment of everything off. And this is where somebody said I was crazy. But yeah, you might be right. There are better ways to do this, but this is how I want to do it because it gives me peace of mind that pixel-wise, the design is squared and that all my little gaps are closed. Okay, let's do it again. Let's get it close to where I want it. Reposition this. Stretch it out some more. Not that much. And rotate it into place. And right there is where it needs to go. We use the bottommost stretch, probably two right there. And yeah, we'll keep that in the ground. And let's pull this back. I fucks with it. Fucks with it. And accept. Now copy paste, convert, accept, 3D helping, 3D snapping helper, 45-degree lock, and boom boom. And then polygroup edit. Ooh, I gotta send a couple invoices today. About right there. Accept, copy paste, convert, accept, 3D snapping helper. And let's go from here and then do a 45, 45, 45, boom. Modeling, polygroup edit. you always want to go back into modeling mode and use the convert option to convert it to a new mesh, because when you go to polygroup edit that mesh, if it's not converted, you will accidentally edit all the references, the meshes that copy references. So for example, I will copy this over. Oh man, that's so out of alignment. And then I'm gonna convert it to a new mesh. Let's edit pivot, center. Let's bring the pivot on this corner right here. And then turn off my snap so that I can rotate it. Accept. Now I'm gonna copy it over and then copy it again. Then if I grab this one, do a polygroup edit, you know, let's insert an edge loop, and then let's do a push pull, and then grab a corner, drop it down, accept. It'll automatically change all the other ones, and that's what we want to avoid. So let's undo that. But if you do just a regular scale using the scale tool, then you're not actually editing the polygroups. You're just stretching the original mesh. So these are still all the same reference mesh, and I'm just scaling them individually using the scale tool. Although something seems to have either jumped out of alignment, or let's see what we can do. Let's convert this one and this one. And then let's polygroup edit this one to align this face to here. Now let's transform this from this point to here, and then they should lock perfectly together with a polygroup edit, and they do. That means all of my 45-degree angle, or maybe my 90-degree angles, were accurate, and that means that this is a 90-degree angled building layout. And hell, that's a very simple building design. Front is a little strange, but that's not something that is going to be a challenge. So let's go ahead and move this over. Let's do a rotation 90 degrees. Let's pull it up. And let's put it on the wall. So let's edit the pivot. Right now it's set to, let's put it here on this corner. Let's make sure it's rotated appropriately. Accept. All right. Now edit pivot again. Let's see, bottom, top, left. Let's go left. Accept so that it's kind of centered. And then I will transform it up to this wall. Complete. And then let's move her into place. Let's say about right there. And we can try to center it. I'm gonna drop it down just a little bit. So See what we're working with. And I'm even going to bring in the Aldi logo. Let me think how I want to accomplish this. Let's pull it back up. Let's look at it from the front. Let's do transform, but let's pull this up to here, and then we'll look underneath it. Let's figure out how large we want it. I'd say that's pretty good. And then instead of just trying to make it its actual size, I'm going to push it into the wall. And then we're going to inset it. Yeah, we'll inset it. So let's do a polygroup edit, grab the top face, inset, and it's a pretty big inset. Probably about there. Okay. Let's grab these faces on the outside and merge them. Then grab this face and do a push-pull. Into there. Pretty sure the same thing is true on the inside too. Let's go turn off game view. Turn on game view. We'll inset this as well, but make it smaller. And then grab those outer faces and merge them. And then do a push-pull. Just a little one, because we still want to keep this top part. Let's turn off these static meshes. Or just the vehicles. All right, that's tight. And we have 4 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, 5 columns. Let's place these columns. I think the first thing I need to do is turn this back on. Let's grab a new box. Put it right there. I'm going to figure the center of this out. Okay, accept, edit pivot, center. And then now I can move this back. And very easily determine where that outer face to the facade is going to be. I'll say right, about right there is cool. It's so weird because it's actually not. Let's go take a look. Oh, it's just that one side is white. But it's not centered? Or is it? Yeah, I think it is actually. All right. You can see the difference in time. This is when it was Office Depot. And this is when it was, this is later. This is 2025, May May 2025. So we want the most recent date. Let's push that in the wall to about right there. And I think what we're gonna have to do, one, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, and looking at all the separation. So I think this actually goes out even further. Because this is showing, if I go back here, go back, it's a totally different design. And that's what I'm seeing in my photogrammetry right now. Right. So really I can just kind of wing this and use my best judgment here. We don't necessarily need to go for perfection anymore. Okay, very cool. I'll take it right there. But then I need to polygroup edit. Let's grab the bottom. Let's pull it all the way up to the inside of this. Accept, copy, paste, convert it to a new static mesh, and then we are going to trim it, polygroup edit it, pull it up to here. I think for the most part, it all looks like it's somewhat flat, but I am just going to pull it out of the wall just a hair to give it a little bit of depth. The only thing I'm going to have to do now is copy paste it again. And then, let's say, bring it in to about here. And then we will convert it, copy paste, and then use this to do a Boolean operation. And then I think do the same thing for this, maybe. I know I'm not being very detailed on what I'm doing exactly, but if you do care about that and you want to know, I'd be happy to be more detailed as I talk, more descriptive. Man, my mustache hair just keeps getting in my nose. Sure, let's do this. Copy paste. First we'll Boolean this. And then we'll do the same thing with this. And then we'll split those meshes. And then we can join these meshes into a union. And then polygroup edit it to merge. Do the bottom too. Oh, there it is. It's hard for me to see what's happening. All right. Can I merge that? Yes, did it. All right, now let's push these into push it out to here. And let's do the same thing for this. Looks like we need to recalculate some normals. All right, so I'll grab my metal texture, material, whatever, and then we'll just temporarily place it on these. So edit materials, metal, so that we can at least have a little context for what we're looking at. Edit material. All right, these are going to be brick, but we're not really going to worry about that at the moment. And very satisfied with how this is turning out so far. Let's turn on the photogrammetry so we can get an idea for where we need the ground to be. And I think this is a good place. Good height. That being done, I can now create my columns. So let's grab a box. Okay. Let's move the box. To this height. Oh, hell. And then from this corner to this one, from this corner to this one. Okay. And now I want to change the pivot to be here, here, and here. Now, before I go further, I'll go into 3D mode, grab it from here, and then do a scale, only using the bottom. Oops. Keep pushing the wrong buttons. That way I can push it out to about there. And then I'll go from this side and I'll scale it this way. Just gonna eyeball it and say that that's good enough. Okay, modeling mode, polygroup edit, and then drop this down below the ground. Accept. Beautiful. Though I do believe that these actually need to be stretched out a little more. So let me copy paste and move this over here. And real quick, I think I want to get this about to the middle of here. So let's split this polygroup edit and pull this out to here. Now polygroup edit this one. And to get the same distance, all I have to do is move it to this corner and then move my gizmo with middle mouse button from here to here, and then move it into this corner. And that should center it. If you don't understand what I did, I suggest you start figuring it out. So basically you can kind of reference other spatial adjustments to modify your assets. For example, if I wanted a gap between this mesh and this mesh that was the thickness of this little gap right here, then I could do a polygroup edit of this mesh, grab this face right here, and then instead of moving it, I'll move my gizmo with the middle mouse button on the blue axis to this corner, or like the side of this. Let me see if I can snap to it. It's about right there. And then I'll move the gizmo, and then I'll hold down Control and snap it then to this edge here. And that gives me an exact adjustment using the models as a reference. And that's an easy way to kind of like use Unreal Engine in this way that, like, surprisingly they haven't set up the tools for, like equidistant spacing. And there are, I mean, they have tools for it, but it only works on the X, Y, and Z axes. So because this isn't on the X, Y, or Z axis, it has its own world, its own local axes. If I change this to world, let me see, world coordinates versus local coordinates. I don't know if I can view the grid. Let me see. Grid. Where's my grid at? I have no idea how far I am away from the world origin. But if I wanted to space this out, I could go into, let's see, edit pivot, center the pivot, accept, and it has its own local coordinates. As you can see, this red arrow is basically aligned with this face. But if I went to the Xform tools and did a pattern, my grid would show up, and it'll align the pattern to the world coordinate system instead of to my local coordinate. And I don't think there's a way for me to change that. I can choose the X axis, I can choose the Y axis, and I can choose the Z or Z axis. But I can't choose X, Y, and Z axes inside of the local space. Otherwise, if I could align this pattern directly up against the wall. So until I figure out how to do that, I'm shit out of luck. How to use these roundabout ways to make it happen. Okay. Now Now something's really weird about this. I don't know what I changed, but I screwed something up, I think. Unless I'm just tripping. And I think I might be, but let's see. I can always use a box for reference. Yeah, I thought something was weird. And that's 100% where my issue is right there. Okay, so polygroup edit. Let's grab this line. Move it over to here. Polygroup edit. All right, I don't know how that happened, but sometimes we make mistakes. But fixing mistakes is easy. Should be. Alright, that should kind of fixes part of my problem. I don't know what the hell happened, but a lot of stuff got jacked up there. And I think it's because I need to decompose the faces. Oh Lord, come on man. Why you gotta do this to me? Well, let's just use my handy dandy box to solve the problem and rebuild this whole thing. Okay. Let's duplicate. Move it to here. Pull this up. Push pull. I can't tell which part of that is is centered, but that's all right. Accept. Copy paste. Convert, accept, polygroup edit. Let's select this face and this face. Let's do an invert selection, delete, and then grab this face and then do a push pull to here. Grab it, move it, and let me think. Grab this face, adjust the height, push pull, and move it into place. All right, yeah, not sure what I did wrong, but I definitely screwed something up at some point. We can insert an edge loop. Let's just say right there. Enter. Grab this face. Push pull. And then push pull this one down to there. And now all I have to do is merge these extra faces. And that should fix a lot of my inconsistencies. Somehow we ran into some issue where whenever I would modify one of my faces or edges, it would modify the entire mesh and it would screw it up. But now with this is a more accurate setup. And everything is flush like it's supposed to be. Usually it shouldn't take that long to make changes, but hey, sometimes that's what it takes. What world? I forget when you transform multiple items at once, it changes your gizmo rotation. Okay. That's starting to look all right. Now, I needed to do all of that because I believe... placement of these pillars are just so weird. We're gonna get on the street and take a look from the front. Now I see clearly what part of the issue was. Aldi extended this little awning thing. So if I go to see, if I go to more dates, see, let's look at 2022. There's only 4 pillars here. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I go back to 2025, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think I'm correct in how these are placed, and it should be pretty easy for me to at least see where my pillars could be. But first I need to go and make some modifications to my pillars before I copy them over. Or I can just copy them over actually. Let's edit the pivot and center it. And then we'll use copy paste, transform. We'll lock it to these edges. Copy paste, transform. I'll lock it to this edge. Copy paste, transform, and this time I'll move it all the way over to the edge, and then I'll move my gizmo to this edge or to this pillar, and then slightly move it so that I can get an equal distance adjustment. Perfect. What? You have to remember when you have stuff hidden in the scene, the hidden geometry that has collisions will also collide with your gizmo and other things that you're trying to use, like as a reference to attach. So if I press control, like if I'm trying to transform this wall and I want to use control to transform it, let's say to the edge of this ground right here, if there's something hidden here, like not visible during gameplay, invisibly my little gizmo will try to use the normals on this surface as an attachment point instead of this edge I'm trying to go after, because what's hidden here still has collision. So if I go visibility, if I go to from lit to player collision, maybe it's not going to show. You can see all these little spots here where my character can collide with, right? But I really want that edge, and I can't see that edge because there's all this geometry happening here. But if I turn off, like you see this little mountain right here, whatever this is, if I turn off player collision, go to lit, that's hidden. I don't see that. But if I turn off game mode, it shows up. So when I'm trying to snap to things, like if I'm trying to scale a box and then use this ground as a snapping point, any collision that's happening over the top of it, I'm going to accidentally snap to. So those are things to think about. All right. Let's turn off game mode. Let's get an idea, if we can, of how tall these pillars are. Okay, as you can see, there's a pillar right there. So it goes up to about here. So I'll polygroup edit, insert an edge loop, and still a little bit tall, but we're going to do it anyways. And then I'll insert another and another. Okay, done. Now grab both of these faces on each side, and let's see if we can do a scale. Since my gizmo is centered, this will allow me to scale it how I want. I'm going to say yes to that. We'll grab these faces. Actually, we're going to just take the brick wall instead. The brick wall portion of this. And then we'll do a push-pull, select the triangle normals even, and then we'll just barely push it out. Just barely. And then once I hit accept, all of them should update. Control Shift Save. Yazerski. Edit pivot. The hell? Copy paste. And for this one, I'm just going to move it to there. Whoops. Convert it. Polygroup edit. Shrink it down. Limit selection to face mode and let's select everything. Duplicate. Accept. And now I can go in and copy paste. Convert, accept, polygroup edit, grab all of these, delete them, grab all of these. And 45-degree lock, rotate it, push this into place. Beautiful. And I'm feeling it, but I can go ahead now while I'm here and just make some minor adjustments to my corners. Wait, no more music to come on YouTube. What you doing? See, I'm like colliding with stuff and it's kind of making me upset. So let me turn off Z Earth and see if this changes anything. Okay, let's do it from the bottom. Here we go. All right, that's that. Heck yeah. Yeah, buddy. Now, I do know that this got updated. So let's take this and polygroup edit it, and let's just kind of eyeball where it is. Let's assume that it's about the same distance. So if that's kind of centered to this, What I can do first is, here's how this is gonna work. I'm gonna take this, copy, paste it, transform it from this point. No, from the middle of this. Take it back a little bit, and then over to this point. Okay, complete. We'll take, let's think, this, copy paste, transform from this corner to this corner, complete. Okay, now polygroup edit this, and we'll move it from, again, from this corner to this corner. Accept, and then delete the reference. Oh, couldn't have done it better. Couldn't have done it better. Now that gives me the extra space, and it's kind of equidistant, and it keeps the center. The center is larger than these, but these three are all equidistant. Like they have the same gap. I'm not gonna do any doors or anything on this building just yet, I don't think. I really just wanted to get this part done. All right, real quick, I wanna add some detail to this. So just polygroup edit, insert edge loop. It looks like we only need one, but I'm gonna add two. I'm gonna add a kind of tiny one, and then a very, very tiny one. Actually, no, let's cancel that last one. Enter, grab these faces right here, and do a push pull. Make sure selected triangle normals even. And then we want to see if we can finesse it and get it just to come out just a hair. And then add another edge loop. Can't. So let's undo what we just did. And then also select this face. And then do the push pull operation. We want it to just barely come out. Now, can I insert an edge loop? Or I cannot because I need to decompose it. So enter, grab this, decompose. Why do I have to do this? Come on. Unreal. You should know better. Merge. 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 Okay, so now I should be able to insert an edge loop. And I wanted it to be super tiny. Enter, and then grab these faces. I only need to grab these three, to be honest. And push pull. Battery level low. Okay. And then let's grab all of these pieces on top and merge them. This part kind of doesn't matter. this part really doesn't matter that much. So we can just merge those, because nobody's ever really going to see that. Let's think. Let's grab the edge loop. Oh, can't do an edge loop. But I can do this and then move it up just a hair. Except now I will take this wall, copy paste it, grab my awning and the pasted wall and Boolean subtract, and then do a split, accept, and then delete the inner part. Yeah, buddy. Looking damn good. Honestly, I'm very satisfied with that, to the point that I'm comfortable merging these walls. I'm trying to think if I should also merge here, but no. Instead, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and let's say at about this height, see if I can do an edge loop. So insert edge loop. I can. I do want to eyeball it though. Let's set it to there. And then let's do one also on this mesh. Well, oh, first I need to merge them. Or do a union. Polygroup, edge loop. Shit. I guess I can just do it wherever. Done. Grab the edge loop and then move it, and then use the snap to figure out where this edge loop is. Boom. Accept. All right, and then last thing, grab both of these, copy, paste it, move it up in the world. Union. And polygroup edit. Easiest way to do this would be to grab every wall, delete it, and then let's see about doing a whole fill. Nope. Let's do a bridge here and a bridge here. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Nope, that's not gonna work. Let's do a bridge here, and then do a whole fill and a merge. Invert, delete, grab these two, flip them, grab them again, recalculate normals, and push pull. Now we have a floor and a ceiling. Edit pivot, center, top, accept. And then the first thing I'll do is I'll move this down with a transform to ground level or close to it, where my entrance would be. Complete. Polygroup edit again. And let's see if we can just grab faces. Okay, let's do a duplicate. And I don't think I can do a select. So what I'll do then is I'll just duplicate this, move it up, push pull, give it a little thickness, and grab both faces, turn off game mode, and let's just get it average. And there's our building. All it's missing is the appropriate like doors, garage, door, like loading dock on the side. Not really sure what's around the back. And then once we add a few doors, we'll be in business. And a logo. So let's go get a basic Aldi logo from the intranet. Let's just take this to the desktop for now. Aldi. Aldi logo. Let's open up Affinity Publisher. Let's close this. Actually, no, we're going to need that back. We need to search SVG to DXF converter. Go ahead and open that and get it ready. Minimize it. Let's open SketchUp. Okay. Social media post, create file. I could import, but I guess I'll do it open. Desktop, Aldi, EPS. Close, layers. Open these layers, pull all the curves out. Let's see how separate this is. Perfect. I'm going to take this, copy, paste it, go to designer persona, do add, and subtract it from the blue background. Perfect. Push the blue background all the way to the back. Grab the Aldi text, do add, copy, paste, grab the background, do subtract. Now this is what it should look like. And then we have the Aldi text as well. Let's put that on top. Throw this in the back again, put this on top. And let's go to designer persona or publisher, document setup, color, transparent background. Okay. And there we have it. That's the Aldi logo. Control Shift S. Aldi logo AFPub. Control Alt Shift S. SVG. Save. Minimize. Select file. Desktop, Aldi, SVG, convert. Let me plug my headphones in. Download Aldi logo DXF, close, open a architectural document. I think I might have to redo this, so let's go into this. Let's set all of these to a black outline. With a swatch of, let's give everything a swatch of 1. And then a translucency. Let's go to artboard. Let's see, designer persona, artboard. Let's just create one, doesn't really matter the size. Perfect. And let's just duplicate it. So just J. So Aldi logos, you got outer rim, second rim, inner rim, box. That's 4 of those, and then we need 2 more. I think I might not, this might not even be necessary. Just this outline, one outline could be enough. So export an SVG, save this one as 2. Minimize and go back to that website. Just reopen, close the window. Add more files and grab number 2. Convert to GXF. Download as number 2. I'm going to import number 1 first. File, import. Let's see what this looks like. All right, so it did it right, but I did have the other one just in case, and this is absolutely huge. So we go scale this down. Maybe it is that big. No, it's not that big. It's pretty big though. Although it does look a little bit longer. We're gonna go with it. Let me think. I don't want to just, I mean, I could just use a graphic. Which I'll probably end up doing for this anyways. So let me just go ahead and save this. In case I ever have to come back to it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to close this because we may not need it for this particular logo. Let's grab a box. I'm gonna set this to black or something close to it. Let's at my artboard tool. Just make my artboard kind of big. And then let's move this to the very back and then do a contour. We're gonna set it to a sharp contour and then bake the appearance. I'm gonna take all these other layers, copy, paste, combine. And then do a punch. Oh, hell. Really what I wanted is for everything to be separate. All right, artboard should be the same width and height as this, 302.6 by 360.4. And then grab everything and just center it. Save as a JPEG. Hey, y'all got a ponytail in. It's crazy. My hair is getting long. Now let's do, let me think here how I want to create this box. Let's just create it, save it. I think one of the things that I could do though in here to get the correct size is go into SketchUp and let's just delete all of this, grab a line from center to center, delete weld edges, and let's do a little contour tool, contour here. Cool. And basically what I can do is draw a line around the edge of this. Uh-oh. Select invert. Oh no. I could have just used the clean tool actually. So extensions, clean up 3, clean, clean up. Okay. It's actually supposed to remove all these unnecessary edges. although an easier solution would be to just grab a rectangle. Should give me near the exact scale for what I'm trying to do. Let's grab a line and put it in the center of this, and then move everything from here. To here. And then push pull. Contour, push pull, and this is where our Aldi logo is going to sit. Let's group, go down here and just call this Aldi logo frame. Paste, whoops, Control Shift, paste, make group, call this one Aldi logo, and then just turn it into a component, make component, Aldi logo sign, save, purge unused, Datasmith. And instead of drawing a box and just creating it, I'll go Control Shift save first so we don't get a crash. Datasmith file import, and then go on my desktop and then import that box. So desktop, Aldi, Datasmith. Let's import into the imported assets, signage folder, okay. We only need geometry. You know what? Cancel. Forgot SketchUp was a good way to import materials too. So I'll go in here, grab this asset. Let's create a new material. Let's call this Aldi logo. Use a texture image. Desktop, Aldi, JPEG, and okay. And now we just need to scale it. Right click, texture. See, project it, no texture, position. There we go. That should fit perfectly. And now we can do a Datasmith export, except I want this material to reference this color here. Nope. Let's create a material. Let's grab the paintbrush. Okay. Let's do all these blue instead. All the blue. Save, Control Shift. Whoops, actually no. Daddy Smith export. Let's overwrite that. And then let's do that Data Smith export. Save some steps. Just bring that texture right in. Signage, okay. No lights, cameras, geometry, and materials and textures. This will be quick. It's gonna bring it over to my world origin. Now I can Control X, and let's go back to here and do a edit, paste here, and we need to figure out the orientation. And then we need to center it. So I don't know that we can use the same move tool, which means I'm going to have to take this out of the actor palette. Oh, I forgot to do that. Shite. But that's not something that is going to be a big deal. Let's do edit pivot and center. Can we do, let's see, bottom, top, left, right, back, front. It's going to be front. Edit pivot, front. Now I need to just create a box. Transform it. And is there escape? Let's go here, polygroup edit, insert edge loop, and we want to do even and 1. Done. Accept. Let's move this box with the transform tool and control to lock it on that edge loop. Complete. And then shift right mouse button location, grab our signage, and then shift left mouse button location. Now all we have to do is move it into place and scale it. Something that should seem so simple. And I guess in some ways it can be. Now let's go edit this material. Actually, I'm gonna make it super dark. Okay, all of my stuff just loves to unload itself. But all right. Let's turn off spatial loading. And we're not going to be able to get it back until we load something else in, I think. of stuff unloaded. Nope. Nope. Although I should be feeling sleepy, but nah, dude. I don't know what it is. When I get, I don't know, motivated, excited, I can stay up for 3 days straight, and then my head will start nodding. But nah, dude. I think I'm gonna be able to like keep going until I either gotta take a shit or it's time for me to dip and run some errands. Let's see. Why this happens, I'm not sure, but let's go just create some objects and see if we can reload this. Let's work over here, maybe. All right, let me think. There's another big sign I can create. Which means what I'll do is grab this and rip it out of his actor. Let's do a copy paste, set it into the root, make sure if it's in the root, it shouldn't be, I should be able to disable spatial loading, but for whatever reason I can't. Oh wait, there it is, I can. There it goes. Brings my shit back if I do it that way. Beautiful. All right, let's pull it out. This item, I think I am going to modify. So I'm gonna copy, paste, I'm gonna rotate it like so. And actually, let's delete it first. Let's convert, accept, copy and paste. Well, that was stupid. If I just merged it, it would have automatically created a new object anyways. Thank you very much. It does. It's very cool. Modeling is just creating, I guess, fictional 3D models, 3D assets in a digital world. And Unreal Engine just lets you view those assets in real time. Not much to it. Fancy way of saying playing on your computer, according to my ex. She said, all you do is play on your computer. I'm like, nah, okay, this is work. But okay. And 3D modeling is my way of just like escaping the real world sometimes. It's a cool feeling to be able to create whatever you want and then get this extreme realism almost instantly. I'm gonna do a quick play test, by the way. Man, that bus is tripping. Get a feel for the scale of what I just created. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, it looks so good. Oh. I need to make that a little more thicker. Need to make that a little more thicker. Yes. Yes. I do music production also, and it is the exact same thing. Looks like I need to adjust my, except it's less linear. I mean, I guess it could be just as linear. There is a start and a finish. Like as the same way you'd create a song with all the different layers, stems, instruments, you use the same type of procedure and multiple tools to create a finished product, except the song part that happens is a little more dynamic and can change each time someone plays the finished product. So there are 100 things you can do with a 3D model. Whereas with the song, it's meant to be experienced in this linear way that says, I'm creating this to be experienced. Like in a particular way. A 3D model, people can pretty much do whatever they want with it. And then, I mean, I guess songs are kind of the same, but the thing about this is the future is 3D. So the way that you interact with the world today, whereas music is kind of, there's no practical way to say that music has like legitimate value. 3D models are now like kind of integrated with the world in a way that it's not just for entertainment value anymore. Let's see how I want to do this. Modeling mode. Edit pivot, that's what I'm looking for. But yeah, I used to do music production for a long time. Had a record label, everything. Managed artists. I miss those days, actually. Let's accept that. Now we can scale it as needed. And make it kind of big. Yeah, baby. It's looking fire. Looking fire. Transform. Now, is this messed up too? No, I don't think so. Let's do the same thing here. And I think I want to eventually... Man, you know what? I used to have social medias where I had a bunch of followers, and I think this was a long time ago before all the verification and stuff. And something happened to... I didn't have a YouTube with that many followers. I had an Instagram. But I don't know. I don't really prioritize that or try to get a lot of followers or anything. I don't know. That's a good question, I guess. But that's why I'm live now, so that I can change that. Famous, I wouldn't say. Well known in my city, more that. Since I did used to do music and a lot of other things. Definitely well known, but definitely not famous. But a lot of people know me personally from where I'm from. I used to throw parties and stuff. But no, not famous. I don't know if I even want to be honest. This feels a little too big. Well, that's clearly not going to work. What instrument do I play? I don't play any now, but I can play a little bit of piano, guitar, drums. If you're interested, you can look through my channel at my playlists. And like, I got a music playlist on there where I've done some productions and my own beats, many of which I think I deleted because I didn't renew my Disco Boy account or whatever it's called, Disco something. But I have some videos on there of me playing piano and guitar a little bit and some beats. Let's see, how do I want to tackle this? Let's edit pivot and center it. Shit. Well, that didn't work. Now I think if I scale this, it should scale correctly. Nope. Okay. I got an idea. Let's make it a union. And then scale it. Since you want to give me such a hard time, all right, there we go. I'm satisfied with that. Now my infamous box, which I'm gonna need to center one way or another. So here's what we'll do. We will accept polygroup edit. But I do a lot of stuff, and I think that's why I became very well known locally. Partly also because everybody just like needed my help at some point. And when technology and everything became like the trend, like being an entrepreneur and using technology to do so, like social media, I was doing this stuff more than 15 years ago, before like Facebook and Instagram existed. So with that, people asked me to help them make t-shirts, build websites, start businesses. And I did teach stuff on YouTube, and I did live stream a lot, but I think the type of stuff I did was just so out of the ordinary that I also never got in front of the type of audience that understood it all. People would see it and be like, I don't know what you're doing, but this is really cool. But because I don't know what you're doing, I'm also like not probably gonna subscribe, because I don't know what I'm looking at. That's been my internet presence for a long time. That's more along the line of what I wanted. And 785 is what this is. Pianist, not very good at it, but I can play it. Also want to be a sound tech engineer. I don't know if you know a bit since you have done music production. Yeah, I mean, I know a little bit about both of those. I did production, but also Well, since I had a record label, I did a lot of engineering work, and I engineered. So some of what you'll find on my YouTube channel is music recorded by me for, I think it's on my YouTube channel, like some bands. You'll see some FLP, like FL Studio projects. I got a bunch of shit on my channel, so it's interesting because I have one channel, but all these different things from game design, 3D modeling, architectural rendering, music production. I don't know what else is on there. A bunch of educational stuff where I'm teaching people like how to build websites and stuff. I do have another YouTube channel, but it's not like a personal one. It's called Grow Memphis Agency, but you won't find anything useful in there, I think, in terms of sound engineering. Let's see how I want to do this. I want to polygroup edit and do an extrusion down into the ground, and then grab all these faces and push pull. And then we'll take these parts and merge them. We'll do the same for these. I was big into the sonics, as in sound engineering, sound manipulation. And I think, you know, if you're looking to, how old are you? If you're wanting to get in the business of music, engineering is very secure. There's a lot you can learn and master, and there's a lot of mastery that goes into engineering depending on the approach. Like if you want to do stage sound, it's going to be a little bit different from studio sound. If you want to do let me think, like movie audio engineering for movies, like any type of audio engineering, I think is a very secure career path. I would suggest staying away from the music industry unless you're specifically getting into live engineering. 16, got time to start? Absolutely, dude, absolutely. If you don't have a job yet, you can start interning immediately. Go to your local church or somewhere that's more suited for what you're into, because church is more, they have more of a professional approach. Even if you're not into church and music, you can learn practically in a church environment how to engineer, and it's more controlled and it's more consistent. Every Sunday they need an engineer, right? So it's different from like trying to follow a tour bus around. You don't have to really like have your life together to be involved in getting into like a nightclub where they might not even let you in because you're 16. But church is a good place to start unless you have access to a local recording studio. But then again, like it's session dependent, whereas church happens, you do sound for your church and school. Oh, awesome. So if you're already in it, man, like my advice would be to take notes. Sound engineering or any job or anything like what I'm doing right now, 3D modeling, all of it's good and it requires work. But at 16, if you take notes for 1 year, and every single church session you do, every single school session you do, you have a notepad, and of course you're doing work, but you learn something new. And everything you learn, although it takes like ear training to really get good at it, you can practically create steps and solutions on paper that might have been useful to you prior to like sitting down at the console, right? And those practical like learning moments that you can write down to say like, okay, typically when we are mixing this type of music, and it's gospel Christian music, it's gospel music or whatever, these are my decibel limits for these particular instruments. Here are the buses that we, these are the patches that I do for these particular instruments and this number of bandmates. Here's how I do a tenor voice, an alto voice. Here's how I do, blah, blah, blah. There are practical ways that you can like quantify the decisions that you make and the things that you learn about how to mix and do audio engineering that you can put down on paper. And if you can get enough of that information in a year to then say, get on YouTube as a 17-year-old and say, hey, this is who I am, this is what I do, and I'm going to teach you how to be a sound engineer specifically for church environment. You want to be a sound engineer for church? Here's everything that I learned in 1 year in, 30 minutes or 45 minutes, an hour. Compile all the best information that you learn, not with the intent to go out and be the best church engineer there is, but to be able to collect $5 a month or, $35 or whatever you are going to charge for this, for an hour or 2 hour long video of you teaching sound engineering specifically for church. You can take everything you learn in a year that you can put onto paper at least, and then do a small little course and then start making money like immediately. The most money that I've made has been from teaching the things that I have learned how to do, and not from, I don't know why I just pressed escape, and not from actually doing them. Which, had I like known that years ago, I think my life would be totally different right now. I don't know why my performance is all crazy. It's gotta be because of these trees. But for context, my other YouTube channel, Grow Memphis Agency, I used to build websites, and I mean, I kind of still do. I started teaching people how to build websites instead of just building them. And whereas I would charge $500 to $5,000 for a website, I charged $125 a month at a minimum for people to learn how to build websites. And I had 75 students paying $125 a month on my website to learn how to build websites. That was $9,375 a month. I don't remember how old I was. And I say that because most of us don't get into these hobbies, I guess, just like to pass the time. We want to have fun, but I'm pretty sure like doing this in a church environment is probably not what you want to do for the rest of your life. Doing live music, going on tour, and your favorite like musicians, working with them is probably more along the lines of what you want. But before you can do that, it's probably going to be vital that you figure out how to monetize sooner than later, so that you don't have to spend most of your time at work and then scramble to try to figure out how you're going to get on tour with somebody. Because as soon as you go on tour with somebody, you might be making a little bit of money, but there's this whole learning process that has to happen before you're on major platforms, doing live audio for the Oscars and live audio at the Garden. So find a way to monetize and teach people how to do what you're learning as soon as possible. What I did was I built a website, and man, that feels kind of big. I built a website. and I set it up on a subscription like platform with WordPress, and people could pay $125 a month. I would suggest starting with something like $25, and they could access all the videos that I upload plus new videos that were coming, right? So every month I would upload new videos. If you learn something every week at your church that you can quantify, boom, put that on your website. Start doing it ASAP without charging for it, and just get people to join it for free. Get 50, 100 people to sign up over the next like 6 months, and start offering just free advice on YouTube or something and just talking about it. And then say, hey, I got 100 members. I would love to have you join my website where I'm teaching people how to do sound engineering as I learn it. I'm no expert, but I'm trying to replicate this information so the next person who is also 16 years old can get into sound engineering. It's going to cost $5 a month. Boom, that's nothing. $5 a month, bet. Set it up with PayPal or something. Just go to Google, figure out what the best website is to do subscriptions. Offer $5 subscription, even Patreon. You don't even have to have a full website. And then if you get one person in the next 6 months, that's awesome. You got one person. A year from now, you'll have all this information. And if you don't stop providing the info, man, this is a little laggy. You can eventually get to a point to where you're making, a few $1,000s a month. And that's the whole point of all of this, right? Is to make money. But yeah, I took a piece of paper and I wrote down 100 different things that I had to learn when I was building websites. Something's right here. It's because I got Google. Oh, okay, that's what it is. So if I turn off game mode, there it is. That's what I'm running into. I need to go back to my cartographic tile and invert it and save it, and then play again. Yeah, man, dude, imagine being 19 years old, not even out of the house yet, already making $2,000 a month sitting behind your computer, talking about sound engineering, teaching people how to understand it. You don't have to be at your church behind a console to teach it. Download Fruity Loops or Pro Tools or something, and see if you can get an educational key, or see if you can work with your school or church to get some software on your computer where you can practice sound engineering, or just showcase the software and just talk about it. I took my notebook, I wrote down 100 different things that I could teach from start to finish. And it was like branding, logo design, how to set up a domain name, how to upload, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there you go, Cubase. I was just talking about Cubase the other day. I think Cubase came out before FL Studio, 1970, so I don't know, a really long time ago. So yeah, a lot of people know Cubase or are familiar with it. They want to download it, want to start using it, and then you'll learn that there are people in there. What the heck? Why are these right there? There are people in their 30s and 40s who download Cubase for the first time and don't know nearly as much as you do as a 16-year-old. And they're going to learn from you and say, hey, dude, thank you so much for, teaching me this. I just picked up Cubase yesterday and I want to get into sound engineering just like you do. I found your YouTube channel and I'm going to keep following you. There we go. Man, it's so cool to see these logos in here, even though I got to get the IP agreement if I want to include this in the final version. But since I'm doing some architectural visualization stuff, like the context, just this feels good. Yep. You can make a ton of money teaching. You don't have to be a good teacher. You don't have to be a pro at the thing you're learning either. Because I've learned there are, I think it was 5, the way I used to teach this, there are 5 different types of people in the world as it relates to web design. There's the person who wants a website but doesn't want to learn how to build one. There's a person who needs a website and knows that he needs to pay someone to do it. Right? So there's a person that wants it, there's a person that needs it. The person that wants it might pay $5 for it. The person that needs it might pay $5,000 for it. Big difference. There's a person that wants to learn how to do it for themselves because they don't trust other people to do it. So they are going to look on YouTube to find somebody, right? Or to find advice on how to do the thing. The 4th person is the person who wants to learn how to do it so that they can sell the service to someone, right? So you got the person who wants a website for their business or whatever. They might go to Fiverr and pay the cheapest cost. There's a person who needs a website, as in an organization that's opening an airline and the website needs to function, so they'll pay $1 million for the website. There's a person who wants to learn how to build websites for themselves because they don't trust other people to do it how they want it to be done. There's a person that wants to learn how to build websites so that they can build websites for other people and make money from it. And there's a person who doesn't want a website at all. 5 people. A lot of people that get into, like, let's try to use sound engineering as an example. They're thinking from like a minute to minute perspective. If I go and get a job at this place and spend this many minutes doing this task, engineering and mixing sound, maybe I can make X amount of dollars per month. Cool. Yeah, you can do that. And you might struggle a little bit to make a decent living. Or you can look at it from the perspective of, I don't need to learn sound engineering. I need to learn how to build a team of good sound engineers because I want to start a studio built around doing sound design and sound engineering. So instead of learning sound engineering, you can find the best sound engineers in your city who don't currently have a serious job, maybe some people from church, and say, hey, let's put together a company, right? And then instead of you doing the sound engineering, now you're starting a business and you're hiring a few people and y'all are splitting the money because you've got 3 people going on to gigs and you're managing it all, and you're going out and doing outreach to say, hey, who needs a sound engineer? I've got a team of 3, would love to get on board and work with you. And then boom, now instead of making $150, $200 a night, you can get a team of 3 people going out every week, and now you're sitting behind the computer just punching numbers. You might not make $200 a night, but you're waking up to money in your account because someone else went out and made $200 a night and they gave you 20 of that 200. So different ways to think about whatever it is you're trying to do. Parking lots, road spline, turn these off and on, fix this, and how to best use your time. to monetize it. That doesn't mean you can't go out and do it too. Like do the work, the sound engineering yourself. I'm gonna redo this spline. But you get in the business of doing that. And then you also take the advice of like teaching it. And then you get your crew of guys to like start helping you with your online courses or whatever. And you got people who know how to do sound design and you want to create your own little course. You know, it's 1,000 people, it's 1 million people, probably 100,000. Let's just use that, be modest, who are trying to start sound design job or learn sound design right now, this second. And they're going all over the internet scouring for information that they can't find because nobody's been generous enough to just put it all in one place, right? You be the solution to that. Charge $5. If only 10,000 of that 100,000, let's say even only 1,000 of that 100,000 paid you $5 for some videos and stuff that you put on a website, that's $5,000 that you just made. All right, so just different things to think about. And that's why I got so well known. I helped a lot of people make a lot of money and think kind of outside the box for what they wanted to do. I had a guy, I met a guy who was a mutual friend to someone I knew. And he really wanted to be an entrepreneur. Like he really wanted to just go and start businesses and stuff. He didn't know what his talent was. He didn't know what he was good at. He didn't really know what he wanted to do. He just knew that he wanted to start a business to make money. We moved in together and on my spline, he said he saw that I had made $80,000 in a day. And he saw that I was making $9,000+ a month from my courses. This all happened. I don't make that consistently, but when I make a lot of money at one time, like, you know, this project I'm working on is going to pay me really well, but how many people do you see doing stuff like this? Very few. So I think about like, how can I do something no one else is doing and put myself in a position to get paid by those people that we really don't see out in the world. There's somebody that's saying, hey, I really want to take this city that we're living in and bring it into a 3D environment so that I can run simulations on building architecture, and instead of building it in the real world and having $1 million problems, I want to simulate it in a fake world in real time so that I can have more informed decisions and then build the building before spending any of the money. That way I can see what problems I need to fix. And that's going to save me $1 million, right? So I'll pay $100,000 for someone to build this digitally first, right? So I think in that way, and you have to kind of think like that too. It's not about sound design, it's about problem solving. And being a sound designer is one way to solve the problem. The other way to solve the problem is teaching it so that other people can learn how to solve the problem. The question is, who are you solving the problem for? The band, the audience, or the sound designers? And there's more money in solving the problem for the sound designers than there is to solve the problem for the 10,000 people that are in the audience that night. You can make $1,000 in a night doing a sound design or sound engineering for, insert famous rapper here. Or you can start working from 16 to 26 to learn how to create your own sound design, sound engineering solutions. And then you have sound engineers all over the world who are going to say, I need that for my sound engineering problem. Because those people in the crowd don't know that you're even there. They don't know you exist. The band hardly recognizes you when they're focused on playing for the crowd. So you're really not worth a lot of money as a sound designer when you're just, as a sound engineer. I keep wanting to say designer. As a sound engineer, you're worth more money as the sound engineering software creator, right? I'm trying to think of what I need to be doing here. So my advice, I guess, to bring it into context, into brass tacks, would be to sit down with paper and like write out all of your thoughts and ideas on how you can approach the business that you want to be a part of, and think beyond the one way that's available to like be a part of that business. One way to be a part of that business is to just, do the work. But that's how everybody thinks about work. They think about doing it. Oh, I want to be a rapper or music producer. I want to play guitar. It's like, yeah, you're going to be doing that for 70 years, like before you can kind of sit back and look at your history of work. Me, I like playing video games, and as much as I would love to be an architect, I have to go to school for that. I have to learn a bunch of shit. I have to study a bunch of stuff before I can ever make any money. I've got to fail a lot. I got to spend a lot of time like understanding architecture, which I understand it a little bit, but I can access Unreal Engine for free, and architects all over the world are willing to spend a lot of money to see their architecture in real time so that they can like sell products and services. So instead of being an architect, I'm going to create a solution for architects so that they can use my 3D modeling skills to then go and showcase their work and make more money. And if they can make $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6 million on one project, then they can definitely pay me $100,000 in 6 months to like bring their architecture into this software and showcase somebody running around or driving around in it. And that's you got to just change the way you think about your work. What you could be doing while you're learning sound engineering is looking into the future to say, if I really want to make a lot of money and I want to be the best sound engineer or do sound engineering for this artist or band, bed. Yeah, please do come back. Where are you at? Good night. Thank you. Come back anytime. Instagram 901 CORYOWNS. And follow me on there, and then I'll answer any of your other questions whenever you have them. I said it like that because it's 5 a.m. where I'm at. Let's see, how are we gonna do this? Parking lots. I gotta figure out where that spline is that I had. New Zealand, that's awesome, dude. Well, take care. Thank you for subscribing, and I'll be looking for you in my future streams. Walking path, static mesh, road spline. Maybe it's in here. Yeah, it's in there. To everybody that's watching, there are a lot of ways that you can approach your dream jobs. But I think the important thing to note is that everything that you think is like dreamy about how you want your life to be, is actually accessible in real life. And you're closer to being able to have that dream that you desire than you think you are. When I showed people that they could make damn near $100,000 in 60, 90 days by just changing how they think about the world and money and people, it blew them away, rightfully so. And it was no bullshit. It wasn't something that I was like, you can do this, but I've never done it. It's like, no. I have results. But I think one of my teachers told me something that I think was the best advice I ever heard. He said, there are 6 different ways to do everything. Well, what do you mean, Mr. Wilson? Well, you want to make $1? 6 different ways to make $1. Okay, elaborate further. You can go and work for minimum wage and you can count your minutes. And every dollar you make can be because you spent time making it. That's one way to make $1. Obviously, you can sell a product. We're not going to get into like sales talk, and nobody wants to go knocking on doors and stuff. But everybody has a smartphone in their pocket. Everybody wants a specific piece of information, and they're willing to pay to get it. And it doesn't matter what it's about. We pay for subscriptions for everything now. So why can't you be the person that offers the subscriptions that people are paying for? It's like, well, what do you mean, Corey? Soft deformation of the lattice. I wonder what that means. Well, I mean, instead of, if people are paying X amount of dollars for like Netflix and all this other stuff, it's like, yo, there's people out here that want to pay $5 a month to learn, I don't know, how to create a map in Fortnite. I don't know. Insert random like thing that you can think of, and somebody's looking for the information somewhere. Someone. It's like, somebody will pay for that? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody will pay for that. Doesn't have to make sense. But the fact that people are looking for this stuff, wait a minute. Soft deformation. Oh, definitely not that one. Cubic, linear, deform normals? No. Set pivot mode? Okay. Yeah, people are paying for this stuff, or will pay for it if it's available to be paid for. And we think because we're not experts at these things that nobody would trust our judgment. But that's where we mess up, in thinking that just because we're not professionals, that there isn't someone out there that is worse than us at the thing that we're kind of good at, who would look at what we can do and say, okay, you might not be a pro, but I really like how you do that. Let me cancel this. I know why this isn't working. It's because first I need to remesh. Yes. Accept. And then do a lattice. Deform. And this is going to make all the difference. Big difference. I'm no pro with Unreal Engine. I'm fairly new to the program, to be honest. But I think about how I approach using the program far differently than the average person who uses the program. My drafting teacher teaching me that there are 6 different ways to basically do everything, like, really opened up the door for me. So it's how you think about the world and the solutions that makes all the difference. If there are 1 million people in the world interested in building a website for a clothing company, skincare product, ebook they want to put out, a local like trash can cleaning job, portfolio for their acting, or to upload their poetry, most of those people are going to try to figure out how to build a website if they don't have a lot of money to spend to pay for a good one. So they're going to take to Google and YouTube and everywhere else to how to build a website. And if you can put 100 videos up on YouTube of how to do that from start to finish for free, they might be more interested in paying you to either build it for them because you just taught them how to do it and they trust you, or they might be willing to pay you $5 every 30 days to access more videos of you going in depth. You can apply this to really anything in the world. I don't think I want to use this spline. And I'm going to hide this mesh because I want to reconfigure it. Or, oh my gosh. Can we lattice 2 things at once? Let's figure it out. If I took this and this, and no, it won't let me do a lattice for 2 things at once. And that's okay because we still have to throw curves on this anyways. So let's keep the parking lot method. Let's keep this triangulation and let's do it anyways. I feel like I've spoken in circles, but I'm sure someone is listening or will find this video one day and like it'll unlock something for them. I was living in New Orleans for about a year with my girlfriend. I was struggling. I had no money. I had just moved out from my roommate's house. I was living with one of my best friend girl. This is a girl. It's like one of my best female friends. And I didn't have the money to keep paying rent. I was struggling because I was charging $300 per website. And I thought to myself one day, I was like, there's got to be a better way to make money from this. It's like nobody's taking me seriously. So instead of charging $300 for websites, which was usually to those artists that I was working with when I had the record label, and making little to no money, I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm not building your websites for $300 anymore. If you need a website, you can go somewhere else. Yeah, so you know what? Matter of fact, what I'll do instead is I'll screen cap a bunch of videos of me designing these websites And instead of paying me $300 to build it for you, how about you pay $25 a month? That's where I started. $25 a month. If you can, the problem was a lot of people just couldn't afford the 300. I was like, what the hell? So you want me to take $100 to build your website? Absolutely not. So they were trying to get me to take less money than what I was charging them. Oh man, I think this is a really good way to do this. I like this a lot. So put those videos up on my website and essentially started teaching website design. And I uploaded a bunch of videos for free to YouTube. And they were all just start to finish. This is how you register a domain name. We're going to go to GoDaddy or Ionos or whatever. And we're going to do this. When you're done with that, you're then going to go do this. When you finish that, you have to do this. Free. Because I'm a graphic designer as well, I started put videos up of me doing graphics. All right. Well, if you need a website, if you're building a website, that means you're into business and you also need, you know, some sort of like graphic designs, business card, this and that. So what you want to do is you don't have to, you know, download Adobe. Here's a website you can use to get a business card without having an Adobe account. And I just created 100 business card templates. You can take these templates and run with them. Just pay $25 a month on my website. Not only are you going to be able to access my videos of me teaching you how to build websites, but all the things that I design in these videos, I'll upload as templates that you can download. And all you have to do is change your name on them if you don't want to learn how to do it. Then I increased the price to $50 a month. And then I increased the price to $99 a month. And then I increased the price to $125 a month. And I had so many videos on my website, but I also had so many free videos and like 12-hour long live streams where I woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning and I live streamed until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I built an entire website, designed an entire brand, did a whole logo, social media setup, created a Facebook profile, everything. Cut it up into chapters. The live stream, I put it on YouTube for free, but I cut it up into chapters on like paper, and then I went back and did the whole thing again in little short videos and made it a course. I said it's free on my YouTube, but it's a 12-hour stream. If you want to watch it all the way through, or like try to pick through and find the different parts that you're looking for, or you can go to my website where I have it cut up, chopped up in different videos in different like categories, and you can go through the whole process of building a website and doing your branding, setting up social media, setting up an ad, making a video, this and that. And if you don't want to do it all, I have templates you can download that I created myself. Boom. 75 people started paying $125 a month because they all saw my free videos on YouTube. And just like that, I was making 10 grand a month from New Orleans. And then I left New Orleans. I left my girlfriend. I felt really bad about it. I'm not going to speak ill on her or discuss any of what like kind of encouraged me to want to leave. This real quick. But I left, and then because of my videos on YouTube and Facebook and LinkedIn and everywhere else that I was putting out for free, I think 7. Actually 8, 9, 8. Because of my videos that I was putting out for free, somebody found me on Facebook and said, "Hey, I need a piece of software." Okay, almost perfect. And I don't know anything about software. I don't know how much this is going to cost. I don't know jack squat about shit. I said, cool, I got you. But there's a catch. This type of work is usually very expensive. I've never met this guy in my life. He hit me up on Facebook. He said, how much? Expensive like what? This is what I'm looking for. I'm going to delete it. I said it usually costs about $120,000 to build something like that. And I was just like talking out of my ass. I didn't know what the actual cost was. I was just guesstimating based on the type of work I did. Never built the software before, but I knew that if I got $100,000, I would figure it out. I said, usually I charge like $125,000 for this type of work. And it's something that you kind of can't pay for over time because it requires a lot of resources, some outsourcing, some software, my time. But I can do this for 80. And the guy just PayPal'd me $80 on the spot. Never saw the dude in person, nothing. After the fact, I did. We met a few times, but he just PayPal'd me all $80,000. And then PayPal had like a 2-point-something%, or I don't know, some percentage of a transaction fee. So I got $74,000. So I lost $8 in the transaction fees alone. But I was like, fuck, I never made this kind of money in like, I haven't even made $20,000 in a year at that point. But I was well on my way, given that I was making like now $9,000 a month. Following those people signing up for that program, boom, $80,000 like that. And I was like ecstatic. I didn't know what to do, what to think. Let me figure out how I'm going to add these other meshes to this. Kind of got an idea. And I started building his software. I started learning, figuring it out. And that's kind of the same way that I got around to like this. Very similar situation. I was just like, what is this, tangent drag? I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I can do it. I can do anything. And I got all this authority because I had been teaching people how to do this stuff, you know, the stuff that I do on YouTube and Facebook. And people would tag me in posts on Facebook when their friends would ask, hey, do you know anybody that can do this and this? Because those people, even though they didn't need any of my services, saw my live videos. I didn't know these people, but they would just tag me and stuff. Oh, this guy does live videos for like 12 hours talking about web design and business and all this other stuff. He might be able to help. It's like, you're damn right I can help. It's like, hey, how much is this going to be? Well, it's not cheap. I can send you to someone who is cheap, you know, or, you know, if there's something that you really need, I can set you up in a way that the money that you spend can actually work for you in your favor. Or, and I gave them options, if you want to just learn from me and you don't have the money to, you know, spend up front, but you want to figure out how to do it yourself, I got a website where I teach all this stuff, and you can pay me $125 a month to access it. They either paid me $125 a month to access those videos, or they paid me to do the work. Either way, I was making more money than I had ever imagined I could. But it's all how I thought about money and people. It's like, how can you make that much money in a day? Well, if you think about it, you go to Fiverr.com and people are charging $5 for logos, right? Great. $5 logo. How am I ever going to compete with that? Well, people who are charging $5 for logo are making logos for people who are paying $5 for a logo. I don't want to make logos for those people, because those people just want the cheapest logo because they need a logo. They want a logo. That's it. It sounds like simple, but if you think about it, the person who I know that this is a necessity. I feel like it's a liability. I don't really want to pay for this. What's the cheapest I can pay for? I don't want to work with people like that. Like, why? Instead, I want to work for the person that knows that if I put this logo on my airplane and the person that I paid to design the logo doesn't understand that if you were to fly over a certain country with a certain type of design on your branding, you could potentially have something offensive in the design that you don't know about because you don't look into the different cultures and languages when you do logo design. Therefore, I'd be damned if I paid $5 for a logo off of Fiverr for my aircraft. So it's like, how am I going to compete with people who are charging $5 to do the same type of work I do? You don't compete with them, because they're not working with the types of people that you want to do that work for. An airline is going to spend $1 million on a logo. Why? Well, because they have to spend $250,000 to get it printed on the airplane, on the pamphlets, on the brochures, to get it put onto the screen in the aircraft, to get it in the airport. They have to spend $250,000 just to have it printed on stuff. So why wouldn't they spend $1 million on the logo itself to make sure that they don't waste $250,000 because your ass fucked up the logo design and they printed it on everything, and now they just wasted a bunch of money because they spent $5 on the logo instead of $1 million. If they spend the $1 million, they might not have $1 million problem. If they spend $50 or $50,000, they might run into some issues later down the line because they're not spending enough money on something that's going to cost them more if it gets screwed up. It's an investment. So all of this shit is just like how you think about what you do and how you can position yourself. So knowing that, I can apply that to pretty much any type of business. And I'm like, okay, I'm working with rappers and they want to pay me $100 to get a website design. This tells me that they don't see the value in their branding. They don't see the value in a website enough to say that it's worth more than $100. I don't really want a website. Why do I have to spend more than $100? I just need a press kit. That's all it is. That's all it is. Well, okay. You go spend $100 on your press kit and wonder why, like, you're not getting booked for tours, in a couple years. So I switched up. I said, okay, there are people who have millions of dollars who are starting different types of businesses that have nothing to do with rap and music. So if I still want to cater to the rappers, which there are millions of rappers, then what I need to do is make a $5 course or $125 course that those rappers can pay for. And it tells them how to do press kit, website, logo, graphics, album art, the whole nine, everything. Boom. Now I don't have to build a $100 website. Now they're paying $125 to get access to my course so they can learn how to do it themselves. While I make $50,000 building websites based around architecture and restaurants and e-commerce and all this other stuff. Okay, this is almost perfect, but I need to figure out how I would do a Boolean operation for this. So first things first, I'm going to create a spline mesh, give it the best plane fit, except, and from that I have this, right? Now I'm going to take this spline, I'm going to create a spline mesh again, but this one's going to have thickness. Doesn't matter how much, just like a lot is fine. And I'm going to accept that and then move it down into my other mesh and then do a Boolean operation on that. So modeling, Boolean, accept. I'll go ahead and give this a grass texture. Wait a minute. Accept. And this is the start of my lot. It's not perfect, but oh, it's progress. Because I go into game mode and I just look at it. Oh, just look at it. Look at it. Oh my gosh. Then we can adjust it later and like make it all curvy and pretty and stuff. But this is really good for productivity. I just figured this out because initially I was using some other roundabout methods. I don't want to use a landscape. It's a little more challenging to add a bunch of landscapes in here and sculpt them versus doing the lattice tool. I'm very satisfied with the method for how to accomplish this now. Now the rest of this should be a breeze. Back to the subject. I don't really know where I left off, but it's like, if there are 6 different ways to make money in music, why not make money in all 6 different ways? Whereas working a job at a grocery store or whatever, there's only one way to get paid, and that's per hour. So if I'm making websites, I can get paid by making websites. I can get paid by teaching people how to make websites, and they pay me a subscription every month for however long they need it. But then you got people who want to teach and make money making websites, who are also going to sign up for my courses because they want to learn how to not only make the websites, but how to teach it and how to monetize it. And then the people who sign up for my website can encourage other people to sign up, like a multi-level marketing pyramid, as people would call it. Whereas every time they get someone who's interested in this to sign up, their subscription becomes more and more paid for. So if it costs $125 to sign up to my website every month, and you get 5 people, to sign, or I don't know, 5 people to sign up, and every person you get to sign up like cuts $15 off of or $25 off of your monthly subscription, you're going to want to sign up enough people to where your subscription becomes free. And then everybody's going to want to do that. But here's the catch. If it costs $125 to sign up for my website, which I don't have anymore, by the way, I'm not trying to pitch you to go sign up for my fucking website. I don't have it anymore. I don't do that anymore. But if you signed up for the website and you got other people to sign up, and now you have a free subscription, essentially. Don't know why those trees are there. Actually, I think I do. The $125 you'd be paying, or you were previously paying, you're now making because you signed up for my website and I taught you how to monetize. And now you're making, $2,000 a month. You're like, oh shit, this $125 was worth it. I'm making $22,000 a month. Fuck. And I paid 125 in 1 month. Oh shit. Boom. Now more people are signing up because people are seeing the success. That's how I started making my big money. Well, I think that's enough talking about that. The guy that was in here before, Team Karaoke from New Zealand, was asking questions about it, asking for advice. And I went on a tangent because I feel like if I don't give the information, then I'm doing everybody a disservice. And the last thing I want to do is just like half-ass answer a question and it not be useful. But the buddy that moved in with me after he found out I was making all this money, ended up, that's not gonna work, saying, I want to learn how to build websites. You're making all this money. And I said, no. You don't want to learn how to build websites. He's like, why not? You're making a lot of money. I said, no, you don't want to learn how to build websites. You want to make a lot of money. He was like, yeah, exactly. I was like, well, trying to make a lot of money and doing something that you wouldn't otherwise have done is not the way to like make a lot of money. He's like, what do you mean? You're making a lot of money building websites. I want to do that. I said, no, you want to make a lot of money. So let's figure out how I can help you make a lot of money without you having to do something you don't want to do. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, this was like he's a serious entrepreneur type of guy. Like he loves talking to people, very social, socialite, like I wouldn't say pretty, he's a white guy. So I wouldn't necessarily say like a pretty boy, but he was not really even a jock either. It's more along the lines of, let's see how I want to do this. Let's loot that and close it. Prep. He's preppy white dude. And he's like, dude, I just want to make a lot of money, and I see you're making a lot of money, and like, I've never seen anybody make that amount of money, especially at like one time. I said, okay, you like talking to people, you're a socialite, you're really good at building relationships, networking, you're into sales. Why don't you do consulting? He's like, consulting? Like talking to people? Yes. You can't make any money talking to people. I was like, what is your problem? What do you mean? I said, okay. He's like, okay. He said, I'll quit my job right now if you teach me how to make money. I said, yeah. Okay. Quit your job. Tell him you're not coming. He texted his boss. He said he wasn't coming in. Quit his job on the spot. We were in our apartment, and he said, okay, what do I need to do? Let's go. What do I need to do? He's ready. He's motivated. So excited. Well, I said, first, figure out what you like to talk about. You know, if you could talk about anything and get paid for it, business related, practical, what would it be? And he said, well, money, business. I said, well, I mean, that's cool too, but how about relationships? And he's like, oh, okay, now you're just like pulling one. He's like, he didn't believe me. I said, no, relationships, really. And he's like, relationships, really? Corey, how? Well, you know me, I build websites. I teach people how to build websites. You know this guy, he does logos. You know this guy, he does insurance. You know that guy, he does this. So talk to people about relationships and business and how they're one and the same, because people always say it's business is not personal or vice versa. I'm like, no, business is personal and personal is business. Otherwise, why would you say get out of my business? And he was like, okay, so what are you saying? I say, talk to strangers, talk to, well, not strangers, but get in front of people who you know are connected with people who have money, and talk about relationships and give them like free consultations. Say, hey, like usually I have people pay for me to talk about this stuff, but I think what you got going and what you want to do is really interesting, and I'd like to help you accomplish that. And he was like, so I'm helping people build their businesses without actually helping them build their businesses? I said, yes. People who want to build businesses need networks and relationships to build them, because a business, not being self-employed, not like running your own sole proprietorship, but a business is relationships, employees, other people doing the work for you. If you can help people connect with those people, they will pay you for it. 1 week later, he goes to Texas. He gets on an airplane. He meets a guy on the airplane. They're on the flight. On the flight back, he meets the guy to Memphis. He's sitting next to him on the airplane, and the guy is talking about how he wants to start an IV bar in Memphis. And he tells the guy, oh, well, I do business consulting, and I would love to hear more about your business. He's like, well, we got a long flight. Let's talk about it. He's like, well, yeah, normally I charge for this, but since we're on the flight, like, tell me more. And the guy says, how, after the fact, how much do you charge? And Trey, well, I just said his name. He asked me, how much should I charge for this type of work? I was like, typically you'd want to charge anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 for the consultation. It's a one-time consultation, and after the consultation, you then connect that person with people in your network to help them jumpstart their business and like fast track it. And he was like, bullshit, but I'll try it. On the plane, he talks to this guy. He says, you're wanting to start an IV bar? He's like, well, that's great. I know the owner of Hotworks. I know this person who does this. I know the person who can build your website. I know the person who can do your business cards. I know the person who handles social media, person who can handle marketing. I'm really good friends with a real estate agent. I've got some people who have places around the city that you can go check out within the week. And he said, $16,000 is your consultation. What does that come with? He said, well, you get your website built, and you get all your branding done, you get your social media, and I help you connect with those people who can help jumpstart your business. He left the flight with a $16,000 check. Came to the apartment ecstatic. He's like, Corey, no fucking way that I said, yeah, yes fucking way. And until you can believe it and see it for yourself, he was like, oh my gosh, you literally just changed my life. He immediately went and like bought a computer and started like just kind of upgrading his life. And the way he thought about life just completely changed. But yeah, he made $16,000, one check, one guy, and less than 6 months later, that IV bar concept was a real business. I did the website. I told him he didn't have to pay me for it. I did the branding. Unfortunately, it is no more because there's a tragic situation, and the guy that came up with the idea is no longer with us. But also, business in Memphis was tough. So we're going to triangulate this. I hope y'all don't mind. I'm kind of not the best right now at talking and thinking about what I'm trying to do at the same time, but I'm trying. Because I don't totally have this method down packed, but I'm getting there. Within that year of us living together, he saw me make $80K in a day, $25K in a day, $16,000 in a day. And it blew everybody's mind away. But projects I'm working on now are, the money I made in a day also required like 1 to 3 months worth of work from me, but I ended up bringing them into business with me, and I brought 5 of my friends into my business and split the ownership of a business I had started like years before meeting them. And again, they had their doubts. I said, for clarity, this is my marketing agency. GrowMemphis.agency is the website if you want to go look at it. Bill Street hired us to do marketing for the Bill Street New Year's party. And they were curious, like, how are we going to charge for that type of service? If, I said, this is a business that I've been in this business for myself for more than 15 years. So you don't have to worry about that. It's going to cost, we'll charge them $16,000, I think it was. They didn't believe me. They're like, no way Bill Street is ever going to pay that kind of money. I said, yeah, they will. And I said, he said, yeah, bullshit. And then the restaurants individually, Bill Street is a collection of restaurants and business owners, and they all are on a board together. And then he was like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like individually, how much are the restaurants going to pay for marketing every month too? And I told him, $1,500 a month. He was like, there's absolutely, and this is before the pandemic. Marketing, social media, advertising? I said, yeah, $1,500 a month. Website included, updates to branding, logos, PR, like really everything that a business needs. He's like, yeah, $15,000. I'll believe it when I see it, but also, or $1,500 a month. I'll believe it when I see it, but also, $16,000 for one campaign. It's hard to believe. I was like, I hope you make a $16,000 check, and you don't think that. I said, bet. Let's go. I'll do the meeting. I'll do the talking. Nobody else say anything. I'll handle it, and I'll do the presentation or whatever. And they were all in disbelief because they're like, all right, let's see you do this. We walked in. I had not a PowerPoint, but just like a slide that showed all the businesses and some colors. It showed the color red for any like social media or platform like LinkedIn, website, whatever, that needed some help. And then green for any platform that they seemed to be doing really well at, which was very few of them. And this was laid out across like 15 businesses on the street. And most of the business owners were in the room for the New Year's meeting. And my team, my newly founded team, was sitting there quiet, hopeful, just like there's no way he's going to sell them on $16,000 marketing campaign for one event plus $1,500 a month for marketing for the restaurants. And just in plain English, I pointed up to the screen. I said, you see all the red? There's 32 businesses on the street, and each business is listed in a row. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to pull it up if I can find it. Let me save this. And your business, if you look at it, either has a lot of red or a lot of green. If it has a lot of red, that means that you need a lot of work done on your social medias. This is a really big, popular street. Let's see, Grow Memphis Agency. And they said, okay, we'll get a check for you today. And the guys on my, that I brought into the company, these are all my friends about the same age as me, were just kind of sitting there speechless, excited. Let's see, graphic design, Grow Memphis Agency. Maybe it's in And I think this would be a really cool thing to just show for anybody that wants to get into this type of stuff. I put this in clients, maybe unsorted. I usually keep things really organized. It's in here somewhere. But I think seeing this could really like open some people's eyes. SMA consultation is somewhere in here. I really want to find I found one, but it's not the original. Let's see. The older ones, older one, service list. All right, maybe I'll just show you one of the newer ones and you'll kind of get the picture. Nope, not in there. It's been so long since I've been in this folder. Yeah, I think I just went back to the wrong one. This blah 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 blah. Whole bunch of folders of blah 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 stuff. Whole bunch of stuff. Everything's not organized. And less than 1 minute, I'll find it. So somebody give me a 60-second window. No, it's not in there. Or I can go. Oh shit, I just saw one of them. Hope y'all are counting down. Because I'm either going to find it or I'm going to find it. Nope, can't show the invoices. Merchants. Proposal. No. All right, this one we'll have to do, I think. So everything that's white was red. And there's a lot of white. And that means, and I gave them a point, this was more filled out, but everything that's green was all the things they were doing right. And over on this side was over on the left was all the businesses. So it's 34 business entities, restaurants, bars. And then at the top you have branding, website, updated website design, SSL certificate, Google Analytics, Facebook Pixel, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, Google Plus, Google My Business, Pinterest, Snapchat, and like updated posts. And then it gave them a score at the end. And the score was based out of some large number. And then I added all of that up to like the you know, and my business was at the bottom. Grow Memphis Agency, everything is green except for 3 things, and I have a 9.5 score out of 10, whereas these businesses were 5.5 and below. One was a 7, one was a 6.5, and most of the other stuff was red. So they looking at this on the big ass TV, and they're just like, wait a minute. So green is where green is where you're like making money, and red is where you should be making money, but you aren't. And they said, okay, where do we sign up? 34 businesses, social media marketing, individually. Any business that opts in on like a month to month to continue after the New Year campaign would pay $1,500, but the New Year's campaign is $16,000. That means we have to do marketing, we have to do advertising, we have to pay for ads, we have to make a video, shoot a video, create graphics, manage the social media channels, manage the Eventbrite, sell the tickets. It's 100 tickets for $100, and that helps like basically pay for the marketing. And then the money they make would be from all the people that showed up on the street and spent money at their restaurants. And my team was just sitting there like, holy shit. I don't think I even showed this to them before I presented it. I just said, I got it. So for $16,000, we can handle all this, and we'll take everything that's red and turn it green. To activate chat, please enable channels here. Yeah, I already have chat enabled. Okay, and that being said, like after they gave us the okay, wrote the check same day, we went home with a $16,000 check. You know, and obviously at this point I'm dividing that between me and my 5 business partners, friends of mine, and they were like speechless that, you know, a local restaurant was like, I'll be the first to sign up for the ongoing $1,500 a month for social media marketing. And they were like, no fucking way. You just got someone to pay $1,500 a month to do Instagram. Because we can automate it, you know? All you have to do is post on one channel and then automate the rest of them. But, you know, there's some work that goes into it on the front end. They just were speechless. And I was, you know, rightfully so. So I can understand that. You've never done this before. You've never heard of this before. Big level stuff. And they were like, damn, I hardly make that in a year. How? So the way you think about money and solutions and relationships and people and business all together, you put yourself in the right rooms at the right times and have the right information, and you keep it simple. They were just like, you can help us make more money by fixing all this stuff. It's easy stuff to fix. We got people that'll walk around with cameras and film stuff. These were old people, remember that too, and social media is like getting bigger and bigger and bigger and more necessary. They're like, we don't want to do this stuff. So I think all the restaurants chipped in on the 16,000. I kind of did the average there, and that's good enough for me. You know, so my friends who couldn't make sense of it then later realized, like, oh, okay, 32 businesses divide $15,000. Like, you know, $600-700 or something to that effect per business, isn't it? You know, so it doesn't make sense until it makes sense. What's happening here? bit okay, I see. Kind of. I don't know what's going on right there, but this helps bring it into context. So you find ways to like bring those types of solutions into the world. This is supposed to be in my hidden folder. Windows, hidden. Where's my hidden folder? Shouldn't be in here. Static meshes, foliage. So let me grab this and just put it in the root for now. Close everything and find hidden. There it is. And this can stay in there. All right, let's get this shit done, ski. This one's a lot more to manipulate. But maybe it's not as much. I don't know. I'll do this part then. Just turn off static meshes and we'll get the park in there. And in some way, I'll worry about paths later, maybe. I'm just talking, you know, hoping that the conversation this kid kind of got started can help light a fire under other people, because my NDA project, which I need to send an invoice for today, might immediately pay me a good chunk of change. Not might, it will. Can't really discuss it in detail until maybe it's over. I don't know. That's something I'll talk to them about and see if I can share any information about it. Whoa, what are you doing all the way up there? Did I put you on a tree or something? The heck? But after not making a lot of money for a long time, and spending a lot on a child custody case, trying to get access to my son, I'm finally like back officially in business. But as you can see, I'm doing some crazy shit. My thought process is never, what job can I get for $7 an hour, $15 an hour, even $50 an hour, even though like for many people that's probably a lot of money, I still feel like that's not enough. That's not like, enough isn't the right word. I still feel like that's not aligned with my skills. The amount of skills that I believe I have can accumulate to more than $50 an hour worth of investment. And it's not always just going to be from one person. I can make money from 10 different ways every month. And that's really what I used to do. And I would like to see, this 16-year-old and anyone else watch what I'm doing and follow my lead. You don't have to do what I'm doing. You don't have to learn how to get into 3D modeling, website design. But you can just get creative and put yourself out there and say, I'm no pro at anything, but I'm trying something that I'm really excited about. And I know that there are millions of other people also excited about this thing that I'm about to try. And I invite you to not only watch and follow along with my progress when I make some, but participate. I'm setting up a Patreon. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to build. This is what I'm going to make. It might not work. But if it does, and you want to contribute to that, here's my Patreon. It can be as simple as that. You don't have to be an expert, a professional, seasoned veteran, none of that. There we go. None of that. You just have to have passion, I think, more than anything, and the willingness to help other people succeed at that thing. And that's where a lot of the money really shows up. It's about helping other people make money. And that has always been my approach. With the restaurant thing, it's like, it's hard to quantify that when restaurants don't have a lot of money, especially after the pandemic. But for me, it was never, I'm going to get you 1,000 social media likes. It's like, no, you might not get any likes, but I promise you everything I do will have a ripple effect that get people in the door spending money. And while you can't exactly say that these 100 people came from my social media post, you will see months after the work that I do that people are still commenting on those videos that I make and those posts that I do create, asking, where is this place? Speaking of which, I need to go update our website, which I might do on the stream also. Let me just go ahead and create this mesh spline, and then just give it the average and make it a grassy area. This makes me very excited. To see that, like, I am making some kind of progress that I'm actually excited about. Because previously, like, not having the parking lot designs, not being able to, like, look over, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. So if you want to take a peek into the other part of my life, my creative life, let's get into WP Engine, and I'll try to make this quick. I just promised to stream until I get sleepy, and I'm not sleepy, and I need to do some stuff, and here we are. So to you three people who are watching and listening, what thoughts do you have on everything I was talking about? Is there anything that I can, like, any insight that I could give to you specifically? I'd be curious. I don't know if my chat is still connected, but I'll go and check YouTube and Facebook. And what else am I on? Twitch. Okay, cool. We don't do notifications, Facebook. No, thank you. We solid. My channel. Achievement work completed. All right, nothing relevant. Just making sure I didn't have any missing comments. But I do appreciate y'all tuning in. Let's preview this website, see if there are any issues. This is a website that I built. Tandem Restaurant Partners. There's a lot that needs to change. Some of these websites have, some of these restaurants have closed. And I need to make some modifications to the pages. So bear with me. Let's go into contact. And then let's go into apply online and edit the contact form. And we're going to delete some restaurants. All right, applying at which locations? We're going to get rid of this one. I'm going to get rid of this one. So we're supposed to beignets. What is the deal with Back Lodge? All right then. I should probably just completely remove that and change this. I don't know if we should include that anymore. Ignore this. Change this to that. Remove that. Remove this. And we're going to take all of those restaurants, copy, and oh, we can't just simply do a copy, or yes we can. I just need to put a plus in front of everything. So we do plus, spacebar, shift, left, copy, and then paste, paste. Easy breezy, beautiful. Cover girl. All right, we fixed the contact form, and let's see, published pages, front page. Where that front page at, guys? There it is. Elementor. So this is work. This is what work looks like. And this is just something that has needed to be done for a minute. Let's do this. I think that's hidden altogether. Get rid of that. This one's closed. This was this one. So delete. And let's move this one. Let's delete. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we can keep it like that. Keep it like that. Let's go. Pretty beautiful website. It's looking good. update. Oh my gosh, around 6 o'clock in the morning is when these jams just light up my ear holes. YouTube, like the algorithm. I think I did pick EDM. I really don't remember what we started listening to. Let's edit header. But damn, man, this like drum and bass is busting. Templates, we're looking for headers, layouts, all layouts. All right, actually I think I need to go to appearance, menus. And let's get rid of a few of them. Oh. Okay, cool. All right then. All right, Zinni sometime, Ribbon Circuit Dash, French tea with beignets, Carolina Warshaw Sugar Rest, home table main menu, blah 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 blah. Cool. I think for the most part, those were some simple changes that I could do. And let's see. Card, events, apply online. Great. Let's fix that page. So let's go back to dashboard. Pages should be near the front. And it is not. Let's click on and published. Oh boy. And let's get rid of this 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. This needs to be updated to a different logo. Let's see if we have the other one. I don't know if we do, but I guess I could go find it and make it, can't I? So delete and delete and delete. We're gonna replace this one. So let's go Grow Memphis Agency. I think I did have one recently downloaded. Grow Memphis Agency, graphic design, clients, companies, Tandem, PRSTAN, and Uncle Reds or Red Bones, which is now Uncle Reds. And I don't know that we have the updated logo on this website. If anything, I can just go and rip it from my email. Let's do that. Switch to my business account, Gmail, and sent. And here it is. We'll just grab, doesn't matter which one of these, and download it. I'm gonna save it. We'll save it in desktop. We'll delete it later. And right click, open with, choose another app, Affinity Publisher, always. See if we got layers. Oh, This is what did I download? The PNG? Look at me, y'all. Downloading PNGs in this joint. I meant to download the PDF. Okay. Open with. Okay. And all we need is this. Copy. As file. Actually, what we need to do is go to the website real quick and just grab. Let's see this. Open new tab. Copy. Let's go to designer persona. File. New from clipboard. Paste. Oh wait, actually it's already there. Grab a rectangle. Looks like it's already the same color, but just to make sure. And it wasn't. And then let's grab another color. So let's copy, paste, center it, stretch it out. It's about right there. And Control Alt Shift S. Save it as a JPEG. And Uncle Reds, Turkey Legs, Memphis, Tennessee restaurant. We'll say downtown Memphis, Tennessee. Locally owned. Cajun restaurant. Some keywords. Save. Whoops. Control Alt Shift S. Let's redo it and then just put restaurant. Uncle Red's Turkey Legs logo. Dash. Okay, cancel. I can close that now. Don't need to save that. Close that. And easy breezy. Let's find the page that we were on. Upload, choose desktop. And this is, you know, it's simple stuff. Let's put this in the desktop and grab it. And then when I do that, all I want to do is copy the title, paste it into the alt text and the caption and the description, insert media. And then let's do the same thing for here. And we update it, the logo. Okay. Update. Let's delete this one. And update. Oh, we already did it there. Cool. I guess, wait, well, does that mean that it was already uploaded at some point? And I just didn't realize it. All right, let's refresh this. And that's it. Now, first name, last name, email, phone number, availability, blah, blah, blah. Choose how you heard about us, position of interest, position if not listed above, Sugar Ridge, blah, blah, blah. We got all the right restaurants, and that's a quick update. And we'll consider that done. Cancel Uncle Red's. Update. Collection loss, saving is temporary. I'll just keep that there. But I think it's saved already. If I just go home. Then those changes should be saved. Oh. Yeah, all Gucci. Yep. now I can delete those downloads. Empty recycle bin. You see that? You see that? I know you saw it. We'll figure that out in a minute. But I think if I turn those trees on, this could look a little more... Oh, look at it. It's so good. View number 1. We're getting somewhere. If you want to learn more about the Memphis Metas project, Patreon, Reddit, and eventually I'll have a website. But for now, I'm just going to use Reddit and Patreon. Alright, let's do some more lots. This one I think I'm going to just kind of split. Or... Yeah, we can split it. I don't know what I'm listening to, but it reminds me of that free running game, Mirror's Edge. I guess I put too much thought in like making this be aligned with the sidewalk, but it's not as, doesn't take as much thought as I thought it did. What's happening here? It seemed to be a more complicated task. But now that I understand this newly found process, I find myself quite enjoying this quite a bit. Because I don't have to think so much about elevation. As I do just curvature of the line. The lattice tool can help me further optimize this curvature later and get it like aligned right on the sidewalk. Right next to the sidewalk so that it can appear that the grass is growing just next to the sidewalk instead of like over. Instead of growing through it, which was an issue at some point. Oh shit. I don't think I needed to go this far. Okay, maybe it wasn't as bad. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea after all. I just need to go into Google Maps and take a closer look. So, From here, I can undo a couple times. And this one looks like it should go up to this corner right here. Huh, I didn't know that hole was there. Looks like I had a little accident. I think we could finesse this curve. Good enough. And we can fix it later. All right. I don't know how far that goes out, but not something that we can't fix later with a Boolean, as well as these. Just gonna kind of half-ass place these. Oh, something else to fix. No, I don't think it's a big deal either. Nobody's ever gonna look back there. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I was confused. It's like, why are we coming back around to our loop? Well, because we gotta loop it. Duh. All right, close loop. Accept. All right, nice big spline. I can turn. Let's set these to not be spatially loaded. And let's turn these trees off, static meshes off again. And then let's optimize our curve a little bit. Something somewhere I wanted to modify. Here it is. And I guess I could. Hope everyone has a great Monday. This is essentially where grass needs to grow. And again, we can use our lattice tool later to further optimize this. Come on, eh? All right, quick run around the track. Much better. Okay. Mesh spline. Best fit plane. Accept. And let's just go ahead and throw the texture on it just to give it some context. Great way to contextualize the scene. I think the same thing is true for this, even though I kind of already have a couple of like parking lot things on here. I think we're gonna have to do the same thing for this. So these two I'm gonna throw over the level just at an insane height to like get them out of the way for now. Let's take this and then do another spline mesh and best fit plane. That should give us a lot of interesting context. This is so interesting, like this, my method for recreating this right now. It's very interesting. Something we will definitely have to fix later. Oh shit, I just yawned. What does that mean? It means you're just getting started, buddy. Schleibens for the week. Alright, we're gonna do the average for this part. And it looks like I mean, a lot of this is going to be grass, and then we can add a path after the fact. It's hard to tell what I'm looking at right here. Have a clue, so we're just going to stop it about here. And we're just going to assume that, I don't know, maybe this is just like a long walkway. If that's the case, I don't know, we can add something fancy to it later, I think. to know like what's going on right here. And I think this is supposed to be like a driveway. Genuinely don't have a clue, but we're just gonna beat around the bush. Or draw around the bush. Very hard to know what I'm looking at here, but I think a lot of this is actually grass. And then what we'll do is use a curb to cover up the seams. Curb of some sorts. The whole point of this right now is to kind of give the scene a little texture. It's not meant to make this look perfect at all. And it's not that this is temporary. We can go back and refine things later. That's a pretty sloppy job, honestly. But that's okay. It's very hard to tell like how much of this is grass, so we're just gonna kind of guesstimate, and we'll come back later and like really modify it. I wonder how bored y'all are right now. Or if you're like really enjoying this as much as I am. We'll let this one go all the way to the wall. Add a path there later. Can use the modeling tools to just boolean it out. But just getting the context in there is going to be a great start. And then from there, do a mesh spline, give it the average, and do accept. And I think it loaded backwards, so I got to go to polygroup edit, grab it, flip it, accept, and then recalculate the normals. So like at the very least, when looking at this off in the distance, we'll go ahead and delete these. I don't think we're going to need them anymore. Things are starting to kind of come together. And once we throw trees and other things in the environment, it'll make more sense. Like, start shaping things up a little bit. Now, this would be really fun to do when like modeling something like a golf course. I think that would be a really interesting project. Now here, it looks like I can go ahead and just turn my sidewalk to go back here, which leads to a cul-de-sac. And I have an idea for how that cul-de-sac has to be designed. I used a sphere and then I squished the top of the sphere. Like, I made a really big sphere, I cut it, I squished it to make it damn near flat, and this is gonna act as the center of my cul-de-sac. And then I've got my street meshes that curve, kind of pulling in here. You can drive into the cul-de-sac, and then the sidewalk is going to go around it. So, good start in my opinion. I do want to go ahead and just temporarily, I guess, while I'm, instead of texturing some of these buildings, I'll grab this white material and let's see what some of these look like if I just temporarily place a white texture on everything. That everything that's unfinished, that is. Just to kind of help tie it all like together and let it feel less mute. Everything but the door. Oh no, I only want this and this to be white, as well as these doors maybe. I don't know, kind of like them like that actually. Heck yeah. Yeah, so anything that's not got any color, we'll just keep it white for now. And that that can kind of help the scene feel a little more alive until we add those necessary details, textures, materials. Feels brighter. Really digging that. Let's go ahead and just put that right there. Drop this down a little bit. Most of these meshes, I mean, these aren't temporary meshes, but temporarily, this is what they're gonna look like. Because we're like these parking lots. Ooh, you know what? Kind of want to go ahead and add that fence that's over there. Maybe not. Cool. Adding just the grass plane already makes the scene feel that much more real. Now once I do all the, see, like, just look at the park. I remember which button it was for the 9. Oh snap! What's going on, truck? 0, 8. I gotta adjust my camera turning speed. Do not remember it being this slow. Oh shit, I'm about to wreck. Alright, I gotta practice my trailer skills, because clearly I don't know how to drive a trailer. I'm not missing a street. Why is this street not loading? What? Wait, maybe I am. Oh, I haven't made that one yet. Oh, okay. All right then. It's gravy. Let's pretend like it's not there then. Pretend like it's there, I mean. Feels laggy a little bit. I'm also streaming to OBS. Heck yeah, brother. All right, gotta make a delivery. If I can hit the brakes. I can't stop. Oh, goodness. All right, we switching. No, I can't do a slow car. As you can see, my ground isn't here right now because I haven't added it in, but the collision's there. So I'm just glad to know that everything works as it should. I wonder what it is ticking right now. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go get some pizza. Shift 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That guy. It's funny. I didn't really think about this, but the first two places I put on here is pizza places. Slim and Huskies is pizza too. Get to running, dude. I'm gonna bring everybody and all the cars together just for no reason. Look at the truck back there tripping out. Not gonna be enough parking. Ooh, it would drift into that hole. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I haven't done it yet. So it'll be interesting to see all the possessable characters and vehicles all in one place. Hit that handbrake on that joint. Pull up in the handy. Pull over your vehicle. Man, that handbrake really be doing something, don't it? Oh, snap. Got a fender bender. Oh, man, what happened to you, buddy? This feels like the Porsche from Cars. Good brakes. All right, let's get you home. I think there might be another car in that building. Gotta park this one on the street. Or pull around the... Man, I must got some stuff in there. Yeah, I must be stuck. Oh well, SOL. Ooh, whipping a thing. Big lag. Oh. I think it's those reflections. Man, this joint's slow and sluggish. It's got a pull to the right. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull you right here. Damn. Good enough. See if we can knock this thing into working again. we go. Oh shit, can't see shit. Can't stop. There we go. There we go. He trying, but you know, it's kind of heavy. No way I'm clearing that. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I think we got stuck again. There we go. Heck yeah. Tour bus is going to Sun Studios. Whipping that thing, cuz. Yeah. I feel bad for the black dude. I can't get him out of the building yet. What number was that? Shift 2, 3. Whoa. Police. The only thing I can add now, only thing I have to add now is the ambulance. What the fuck is going on here? Is there a party or something? I wish I could keep the wheel turned. Yo, dude. Man, what it do, man? Uh-oh, I'm receiving decals. I wonder if I like look up at the sky. If I switch people. Shift 5. Nope, she's gonna turn her head back down. Dang, buddy. You left out, my guy. Dang. Big dog. Nothing you can do, dude. It's like, get me out of here, please. Sorry, man. Ain't no way you getting out of this joint. No way we can finesse it. Sorry, Big Corey. Nothing you can do, dude. Nothing you can do, my dude. Okay, then. I think that was fun while it lasted. But it's time to give this a break and maybe go test out some other projects. Stop the stream. Oh, what happened to your arm, dude? Shoes came off? That's hilarious. Hit play real quick. Put my boy clothes back on. Maybe. Damn, I broke the guy. Huh. My bad, buddy. Let's see if we can switch to him real quick. Shift 6, 7, shift 6. Oh, here he is. All right, escape. Damn, I can't even click on my guy. All right, let's go to data, pawns, and he's locked. All right, he's fixed now. And since he's more of a jogger, we're gonna put him over here. Actually, put this dude over here. He in the park. A lot of optimizations to do at the park. Let's get one more play in with this dude, because I think he has different animations. What? Blocked by a tree? Alright, you ain't gotta show out. So it's all starting to come together. Running from this perspective, seeing the grass kind of in my peripheral if I don't look directly at it, and the detail in some of these like foreground buildings, it kind of makes me feel a little more immersed in the scene, which is really what I was going for. Can't drop this yet. But I need to figure out now if I can disable decals on all the characters. Receive decals, no. No. No and no. No and no. What about the cars? Static mesh vehicles. Yeah, I don't think there's anything about receiving decals on these, unless I go here and here. Okay, no. Solid. Now let's adjust my settings to high. And let's Let's try to enjoy a little bit of a performance gain. Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. This shit is pretty cool looking if you ask me. Oh, I forgot to change these buildings to also be white. So 737 Union has a lot of buildings. So if I just context grab this, I can delete or deselect those. Let's deselect cesium and then give these all the white material and then turn them off. I think. Yeah. So I have to strict select. And I must have grabbed something I don't want to grab. Yep, I did. Okay. All right. That's better than not having a material. The white material, I think, is better than not having any. Or better than having like the default material for now. This is kind of what I want the camera to feel like when it's following behind the character. Like this perspective. And I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to take her. I'm going to grab her camera. Okay, camera, which it says it's not used by default, but I think it is. It is perspective, and the field of view should be something more like this. And we can adjust this location to be a little bit to the right and kind of like over the shoulder. And I can always reset this later. But let's see what that feels like. Assuming that's the camera I updated. It's the gameplay camera. Yes. Wow, it feels so big. Let's see if we can find an airplane. Damn, girl, what's up with your eyeballs? Your eyeballs missing. Huh. Where my airplanes at? No idea. What y'all think? Y'all rocking with this perspective or no? Is it too much? Yo, you run funny. But I can see everything like so differently. When I play like this. It feels like I'm actually seeing from her perspective. It's crazy to think that I created this. And this is just a small part. Oh! Jump through the ground. What episode of Black Mirror is this? Okay, I kind of like that perspective. I kind of like it. Let's see what low scalability looks like. Oh, this is going to be so bad. But it'll perform well. As soon as I get that RTX Pro 6000, different story. We'll be on cinematic the whole time. Oh, that looks so bad. But how's my video memory budget exhausted over 3,000 megabytes? What? The way that it's loaded these textures in is so weird. Yo, Shorty, your eyes are bugging. Look at the difference in quality. That's a gross. Oh, the wheels are gone. Is the LOD, the level of detail, so low that you have to get close to it before the wheels pop in? Ah, that's so bad. That's hilarious, though. Tahoe's still looking kind of nice, though. I don't think there is another like level of detail for the Tahoe. Wow. That's crazy work. All right, let's set this back to high material settings. Engine scalability, we'll set it to high. Keep it performant. Material quality. I don't know if I can change that. Am I monitoring editor performance? Set the screen percentage to 50. And then the very last thing I want to do is, just while we're here, is see a different lighting environment. Lighting, like, super odd. That's a little better. Oh, I kind of like that. That moon is really shining bright on those buildings back there. Let's turn. Oh, what in the world is happening here? That's very strange. Well, fix one thing, break another one. But let's turn a few lights on. Let's edit this blueprint. And then edit this blueprint. I gotta find a way to connect these so that when it is nighttime in the scene, that these lights auto activate. $73 unsaved assets. What did I change? Because I don't have a clue. All right, open this blueprint. Let's go to Spotlight 1 and Spotlight 2 and set them to visible. And then I can turn the brightness down on both of them. 200,000? Let's drop 20,000. Set it to visible. Okay, I mean, that looks a little bit different with some light on it, but definitely something's wrong with the shader for these lamps because they're glowing in the dark. But that moonlight's hitting though. And then this view of the park. It's like once I get more lights in here. Oh, that's really nice actually. Damn, the positioning of these lights is so good that it's creating this little pattern. I didn't do that on purpose, I promise. Oh, I love how this looks. This is good. This would be a really good screenshot. Turn myself around. But her eyes are just bugging. It's so weird. Slim and Huskies in the background. Oh my gosh, dude. What have I done? Alt print screen. Escape. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's just kind of moody. All right, let's change my time of day back. Uh-oh. Rainy. Wow, now imagine I have all the lights placed in the scene. That's where we're gonna get that orange glow from. Oh, yeah. So we can take cesium now and then make it uncheck hidden. Actually, it's not hidden. This one is hidden, I think. No. Are neither of them hidden? What? Visible? No way. Turn on game mode. That's odd. Okay. I know what the issue is. Okay. I keep forgetting when I lock the viewport, I can't modify the settings of these other assets. So let's do this again. And let's have that in the background. The only thing I'm missing though is, let's just add some fog. Weather, sky, fog. Fog is a part of the weather state and will typically be adjusted from UDW. A manual override has been applied to allow change from here. So if I add this fog, like how much of the background can we just... A lot? Okay. Kind of make the background less apparent. It feels like it snowed. Let's go back to Shift 6. Not gonna lie, this feels so much better. Like a little more immersive. When you can at least see a little bit of the back of what's in the background. The city, I mean. Alright, pick up the speed, Corey. Pick up the speed. Shorty, why you in the middle of the street? Hey man, you hear me talking to you? You look at her like, bruh, what you doing? Like, what is your problem, shorty? Alright then. Yo, this is so funny. My boy bent over, ain't it? What up, my G? I know the wind ain't blowing, but my shit's still flowing in that joint. Come my way, bro. I legit, I feel like a YouTuber play testing and then just bullshitting on this right now. Hey, Lil Mom, what's up? Why your eyes look like that? That's where I wear shades, so you ain't even gotta worry about it. Brother, why y'all standing in the middle of the street for? Y'all, I'm just being dumb right now. I'm just messing around. But let me turn these folks around. Shift 6, 5. Shift 4. good like angle. Hell, I don't know. Right there. All right, let's bring these other two over here. Damn, you short, buddy. Yo, I'm an idiot. I'm really an idiot. But hell. Let's do a little screen cap. There we go. Start. Super foggy. Take some of the fog away. Change the time of day. And I got everything set to medium, so it does look completely different until we put it on epic or cinematic. It's a drastic change, I think, in quality. And I think also the fog probably plays a big role. So if I take all the fog out, kind of makes a difference, I guess. You know, I always forget about the taxi. I don't think I've driven the taxi once since I don't think I ever even enabled the taxi. Really happy with. Oh, I know the difference. The difference is I took out the clouds. So I changed the time of day to clear skies, and it looks completely different versus using partly cloudy, which is what I think I originally had. Okay, that's the difference. It looks completely different without the clouds. Okay. Try to capture some of that sunlight like coming through the windows a little bit. Once I get some real windows in there, oh man, it's gonna look pretty tight. Yeah, that's where this is fun. I like this. I like the progress that I've made and everything that I've learned. It's all really interesting. It's all very exciting. Jeez, it's so good. All right, let me hide these again and just preview my stuff. Yeah. And I did change the screen percentage to 50. Originally, I think it's 65. And that is a lot cleaner. Just looking at it, between 50 and 65, you have totally different output. Right? So let's go again from 65 to 75. A little cleaner. And then from 75 to 100. $200 would be probably too much, but look at the crispness now of it. It's also gonna like underperform at this level, but we're gonna go to one of my cinema cameras. Not sure how to feel about any of these. And let's change the field of view from 90. And then maybe we can insert like a path tracing mode. So let's set this to cinematic. This is going to be crazy bad performance, I think. But yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. Let's see Path Tracer. Some of these trees look like jack squat shit in Path Tracer mode. But this was fun. Let's go to detail lighting. Set the scalability back to to high. And then set my screen percentage back to default. All right, detail lighting. Man, this is all built geometry. Wow. Should have viewed back to 92. That's why it's looking weird, feeling weird. There we go. Take it a few. Oh man, I'm just like pressing print screen as though as though it just saves these shots. Damn. It's all good. Yeah, that feels great. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. You know, I'm just messing around at this point, and I'm gonna get back to it probably tomorrow. Got some other things that I want to go ahead and do before I get rolling, because I'm heading out, run some errands. Gonna be away from the computer and the house for a couple days, so I can take a break from working. But very happy with the progress. Glad that I can share some of this. Memphis Metas is going to be in development for quite some time. And if you've watched any of my earlier videos, you would have seen the progress I made on South Main and Mud Island Riverside Drive. But I'm considering, with everything I've learned from building this project, pulling the buildings over from that project into this, and basically kind of re-evaluating my approach to those areas now that I have a different method for creating like the geometry for the buildings. There's still a lot to do, and I think when I get back on, I'll finish building, or at least tracing, the lots. Probably get a little more detail in some of those traces, and maybe finish out some of the detail in these buildings from, you know, some of these scenes that I've created. I like how all of this is like kind of looking, where if you go to maps, Google Earth, Street View, you can see what I've not taken inspiration from, but literally what I've built. And you can, if you just search downtown Memphis and, you know, kind of go through the neighborhoods, you know, look for Aldi or Domino's downtown Memphis, and then go from there and just kind of browse the streets. You'll see these buildings and what they're supposed to look like, what I've got now is very close to finished in terms of just the exterior. I'm not going to do much to the interiors. I'm just going to keep them kind of looking like this for the time being. You know, there is this part, which I think is pretty cool. But leads into emptiness. We'll keep it like that for now. The focus is the exterior, and I want to get one full like street and all the buildings, and then I'll move on to another street, like an important street. I'll move probably back downtown, back towards South Main and Bill Street. And I think those might be my next two areas of focus: South Main, and then Bill Street, and then Riverside.